Not season 11.
I think
this is season 10.
I think you're thinking about Team Hawk with Gary.
No. Not that was season. Actually, now that you mentioned, yeah, you're right.
Season.
Actually, yeah,
Literally every season he whips it out.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. No, without further ado, we're gonna be jumping into this game. RSG, MY, as well as ONIC PhD are very prepared right now. But this is a very interesting camera angle.
Oh look, they want to make sure that they can at least show everybody's phones at the end of the game.
To be honest, like this feels like a CCTV angle.
A CCTV
like a HD quality camera all the way in the ceiling, and you're like, oh wow, that's pretty cool.
It could just be on top of a big TV. That's like the mountain one that we have. Look right in front of us.
But does it go up that high?
I mean, just angle it downwards. What do you? Oh, you want to see like their ceiling or something? You want to see above their heads?
I want to see how that. Does any of these players have bald hair because of all the stress they have to play?
I mean, it looks like their hair looks perfectly fine. One of them even has grown it out. I cannot imagine how much work and effort it takes to maintain that length.
Fair enough. But speaking of which here, RSG, they are here to rise and slay. In this case, Repo has been known for his taunt. We know he's a very great entertainer, but can he taunt his way through? Because this is not an easy opponent they're going to be facing off here. Because when it comes to the drafts, it feels like macro-wise, ONIC PhD has got them down. But RGMY, I hope they do bring in something new. In this case, the thing that I'm looking for the most is going to be the Prince of Mage coming from Malaysia. Can he whip up the Novaria and pull it off?
I don't know here. So far, teams haven't been too keen on Novaria just yet, but let's have a look, right? Let's see whether ONIC and PH really want to ban it out, whether RSG MY, for an example, want to consider banning it out themselves, but I would highly imagine that RSG MY, especially when they're on the blue side, isn't even thinking about it.
Yeah. Now, speaking of the drafts here, Franco gonna be banned off on the first phase. I think I did bring this up earlier as well. We have seen a lot of influx in Franco priority in a lot of these games, but what surprises me is that RGMI chose this as a first phase priority. Is it because of how Kikado was playing?
I mean, that could be one of the reasons, right? I wouldn't put it past ONIC PH's Kikado to be like, well, I mean, he's kind of a good... He's not kinda. He's real good at his role. So I think that overall, RSGMY, if they're getting rid of suppressions, right, what does suppression counter? Usually it's the Joy, but ONIC PH has already banned that out, so the next on the list would be Yve.
It might be Ling, it might be Hayabusa, it might be Lancelot as well, so I guess they might be leaning on that, knowing that Zayed has been known for his assassin playstyle jungler, right? So for him to play a tank jungler means that he is going to be leaning on the Lancelot as well as the Fredrin as a priority, I guess?
Yeah, but it looks like RSGMY is setting up for glue here unless ONIC PH deny it from them. Alright, they ban out Yve instead, so ONIC PH were reading the first two bans. That third ban, though, RSGMY have an opening now.
Yeah, this might be a glue pick for Ripple from the get-go. I guess it's safe just because of the fact that you can still kind of flex it as a roam glue. Haven't seen a lot of huge success into it, but you're right. They are going to be sending up for glue unless they don't really care about it as well because of the recent nerfs onto his glue, which I agree. It is kind of huge because the damage reduction does chunk it down by a lot, and you might actually die a little bit easier now. But no, they still play it. Just for the flex pick, they are going to go for the glue.
Look, I mean, glue is still one of the most dominant EXP laners out there, right? You're just like, oh, I'm going to reduce your damage. It doesn't change the fact that he basically has an infinite amount of sustain with the slam, so I wouldn't put it past them. ONIC PH, I think it's going to be like Rock Valentina here, because again, the only other mage that's going to be viable will be Farsa, unless they want to start thinking about Kadita as well for the side of RSGMY to deny good ults to steal for Valentina.
Considering that Yve has been banned off, I think the Farsa... I like the Farsa, right? If this was like the previous patch, Farsa, it's fine. Even if he steals the credit, that's right, it's so be it. But I feel like RGMI is put in a situation where the Farsa has been nerfed. Is it viable now? Still pick it now?
Yeah, Farsa is still relevant. She deals a lot of damage in the later stages of the game. Maybe her like mid-game, early-game power spike isn't the greatest. But then again, you're going Clock and Destiny, so you're really just banking it on the later stages. It's interesting to see that ONIC PH are going to go for the hard counter, a hard early-game counter with the Terizla into the glue matchup. I thought they were going to go for the flex pick Grok just in case RSGMY reveal the Farsa.
Yeah, I like the Terizla matchup as well. It does put Glue in an awkward position, even though the Slam looks cool and all, it gives you sustain. But taking a full 3-hit combo from Terizla and the first skill pretty much chunks you like what, 70% health in level 2, level 3?
Yeah, 40%.
If you take the full rate, yeah,
40%.
pretty much. I think it's a little bit more than that, but at the same time, RSGMY, what are you going to prioritize? Low deals? Oh, let's go.
They get the Novaria.
Dude, 6 cents, bro. I may be old. I still got a prediction. It's the 6 cents, man. Come on. He's got to bring it. Novaria. The Prince of Mage, baby.
Look, I want to see how the Prince of Mage is going to play it out. Because again, Novaria, the one thing that I don't like about her is the fact that her second ability, it's long range, but it's a skill shot. And skill shots are particularly difficult to master, right? Not everybody is going to be an OHEB who can land every single one of those random shots. So it really depends on the person here. ONIC PH going to get the Grok regardless. It's so weird. They could have gone for the Grok in the first place. So they were trying to bait something out from RSGMY to reveal their hand first.
I like this coming from RSGMY just because of the fact that Novara's out doesn't exactly give too much value for Valentina. In a sense where it gives you vision, right? But it doesn't necessarily give you like that's it. You can't benefit anything about it. It gives you slow, but that's about it. But personally, I think RSGMY is in a situation where they can play this pick-off composition, right? Back days, I think they did play like a Kaja glue composition. They played Faramix glue composition, where it's used to actually isolate one target into a particular position to allow the Leos to get this easy snipe, right? But instead of having a Beatrix now to snipe, you have a Novaria and also a Beatrix to actually set up for this play.
I mean, that's the big AoE damage, right?
Yeah.
Anything that has AoE goes well with Novaria. If you have CC, even better, which is something that's lacking from the side of RSGMY, right? So let's look over back to the bans. We see the Fanny ban, we see the Claude ban for the side of RSGMY. I respect that because, again, Claude, quite a bit of a pain to deal with because he gets on top of Novaria super easily, and Novaria doesn't have a lot of counterplay unless she has like a fat, thick wall next to her.
Yeah, Novaria is just definitely a type of hero where you have to keep your distance so far, and time again, because you want to try and maximize your damage with the second skill, right? You are so far away, and oftentimes you might lose out some lane XP, so that's going to be a little bit concerning as well. But limiting those options, banning off heroes with great, I would say, infiltration to the back lines or heroes that actually dive to back lines is going to be very, very helpful. So in this case, knowing that Lapu Lapu is not going to be in play is a good sign. Terizla out, Grok not necessarily going to be able to extend so far because the Warrior is going to be very, very far behind. But Bane, wow! Okay, I'm really surprised with this ban.
Yep, it's about disengage, right? RSGMY want a traditional like front to front, like you hit my glue, I hit your Terizla as well as Grok, and then eventually once they die, we start going from the front lines all the way into the back lines.
What are the chances that this is a double mage coming for RSGMY? And it might actually be a Roam Novaria. I don't like it, but it is a hybrid version of a Eve to a certain degree. So
let me think
I assume that they're going for Enchanted Talisman Ice Queen Wand for early game. But if they go for like the Cloud of Destiny into his Lightning Trunken, they can kind of compensate where they have two snipers in this game. So they need very, very strong frontliners to actually make space for these two snipers.
Here's the thing, right? When based on Nay's performance and the heroes that he has selected over this period of time, he has been playing these just hard engagers pretty much all the time. The Kufas, the Groks, we've seen them both, right? We haven't seen anything else coming out of Nay just yet. Even Lolita was a big question mark, right? But we look at ONIC PH, I feel, personally, a little disrespectful. Going in for the Clint in this particular case is rather bold. They could have easily gone for the Melissa for the get away from me to make sure that this glue doesn't get on top of your marksman, but instead they just want that raw true damage, or maybe they just want to check out the Grand Collection skin.
I'm really surprised by this clean pickup. Like I was expecting they would have saved it up in case RSGMY picked up the Fredrin, maybe even picked up the Martis to a certain degree. So I'm very surprised that they actually showed the Clint right here. Maybe true damage from Clint with a little bit more mobility helps him a little bit more, maybe, or in this case, ONIC PH just wants to win their gold lane matchup against Beatrix. So looks like that's not gonna be the case because RSGMY, they stick to the assassins. That is gonna be the Hayabusa coming in for Zayat, and Nay gonna be playing on the Cho tank.
Okay, I don't know how to feel about this one. I don't see a lot of disengage. I'm seeing like decent CC, but was that really the right answer? I could be entirely wrong about this. The way of the Dragon is great. Of course, you're looking for those pickoffs, right, at the end of the day, so that you can pair it up with Novaria, but was it worth the combination? Because now we see ONIC, oh, actually, no, yes, now it's worthwhile because ONIC PH, they didn't decide to go for a tank jungler. They decided to go for the lane, even though Lancelot was open.
Oh, this is very, very interesting. I like this, you know, fight fire, mobility trumps mobility. This is something that ONIC PH is going to try and adapt to this. And RSG Slate and Y, they're pulling off a very, very difficult composition right now, especially when elimination is on the line. The drafts has been set. This is round 4. Match number 2 for day number 4 here. RSG and Y risk being eliminated as well in this series. Likewise can be said for ONIC PH. They are pulling every single strat out of their pockets, and they are going to bring it up on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to be jumping in towards the game here. RSGMY going up against ONIC PH. This is something that I think a lot of us are going to be excited for as well, because this is the game to check out how Novaria is going to be played out.
Yeah, the last time we saw it coming in from Madness Esports, we didn't get a good showing. So now with Izanami, let's see if we can do any better here. RSG on the blue side, it's going to be ONIC PH on the red side. So he's going with the purple buff start with Zayed on the same side of the map, going for the orange buff start.
Yeah, this is something that I think that they are going to be playing a little bit slow, right? I don't think they are going to go in for some crazy invades coming from both sides. I feel like RSG is in a position where they have to make space, but speaking of making space, your top side, interesting. Starting opening, it's going to be all on the XP lane.
Yep, they're doing the mage in the EXP lane, rush level 2, while the support sits in the mid lane, gets level 2 themselves, and then you're basically on even footing, right? And Little Wanderer, not 100% sure who got it. It looks like it was Hayabusa.
Now, this is really surprising here, but at the same time, we are going to see a little bit of a trade-offs here and there. Kakadu gets a big charge coming in. He is going to get slowed down. He might actually lose his life, and here he comes. The snipe comes in. Will be blocked by Shinsui, and ONIC PH is taking a little bit too much damage. They force the flicker out of there. So there's going to be a scuffle coming from both sides, and they will disengage successfully.
Okay, so at least with ONIC PH, they may have given up a bit of EXP over to RSGMY, but they did get a big battle spell coming in from Ney, because now even if he hits level 4, he has to be in the right position and can be predicted rather than not having the time to react with a flicker away of the dragon. Oh, Sensui.
Wait a minute.
Man, Izanami is not missing.
Yeah, he actually used the Retribution as well, which is kind of surprising. Huh. Not sure what he used for. I guess he was trying to get a kill in this vicinity, but RGMY, they get the full disengage, and because of this, it's going to be a first stalemate. So 4 seconds left before this turtle and Shinsui. He doesn't have his Retribution yet.
Yeah, and Zayed isn't going to power farm on the map to hit level 5. There was a thought about it, but let's keep in mind that ONIC PH, right? Ling is a purple buff. The purple buff
dependent
user. I mean, look at him. He's on the bot side. They're willing to give up this neutral objective.
Okay, they are going to try and trade this all, but at the top side as well, Repo is going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. He finds a little bit of space. Izanami gives vision, but there's just no follow-up coming in as well. Zayed finally shows himself with Ney, but they can't seem to finish him off. And ONIC PH, they get the full disengage, they get the pickup, and they also bought time for the Ling, because like you said as well, the Ling stole the orange bar down bottom, and now with the turtle still in play means that he is in position to contest this.
Yeah, and I think, you know, RSGMY, they recognize they don't see the Link, so they can only assume that he was going to his purple buff, and the fact that he still didn't show face means that one of his camps on the bottom side of the map is gone. So at least with Zayed, he recognizes that, quickly goes and tries to hit level 5, gets that purple buff, so when he comes back over, at least he'll be equal level with Sensui, but that could all go down the drain if Sensui hits level 6 off of orange on his side of the map.
My goodness.
Yep, P6.
Yeah, this is scary. But at the same time, top side, they have to try and force the play. Izanami going for the snipe as well, but there he is going to be forced out with the penalty zone. So that's going to be a little bit of a small victory for this turtle fight. But here comes the ball charge immediately. They're setting up the fight. The kick comes in. Zayed is going to be picked off as well. Beautiful stuff coming in from Choi with the stolen way of the Dragon Ney. Looking for the counterplay. Doesn't have the angle. Lolios doesn't have the damage chip away. And now Turtle going to be able to contest with no Zayed in the picture. They are going to go in for for the all-out brawl, but it's a Nami! The Prince of Mage, almost near half distance, still steals the turtle away. Beautiful stuff coming from it.
You want to create as much distance as possible to make that Astro Recall hurt like a truck. It scales up with the distance, very similar to Kimmy's ult too.
Oh, speaking of which, Choi is gonna get picked off. So RSGMI, despite Zayed's blunder, they were able to salvage it. So this is gonna be a small victory, but ONIC Phoenix still leading in terms of economy.
Yep, a little unlucky coming in from Chovy here. He could have definitely looked to steal Zayed's ultimate to try and cancel it out, but whoever presses the Oki Shadow Kill first essentially loses.
Yep, and now speaking of which here, KK Dot. What? Huh? Okay, minion clear. Right? He's gonna clear minions. I guess he's gonna try to combo.
You know, after a couple of games ago, we did see Beatrix's Renner's apathy do a couple of weird things with the hitboxes.
Yeah, true. I agree. KK Dot now gonna be taking a little bit too much damage. Is the Nami scaring him off? And ONIC PH, they've got the respective now. The out comes in, gives vision as well. That's not gonna be a safe recall from KK Dot, so that's gonna be a long one coming in. Zayed, however, continue to try and bait out a little bit more spells. Choi forced to steal the OK Shadow Kill, so not gonna be a big ultimates coming in from him anytime soon.
Yep, good response coming in from ONIC PH though. They're not dedicating too many members on the bottom side of this map. They know that it's pretty doomed to try and fight for this. However, top side, we immediately see it get shoved on in. Link clears up top side jungle and now instantly gets that mid push. So they could set up for a potential invade here on the bottom side of the map because it is 13 seconds until the turtle spawns.
Oh, ouch. Ouch. Shensui gonna be dropping down to his almost half HP, but so far RGMY, they're playing very, very smart around this in Novara. They're playing this poking strategy where if their health is a little bit low, means that they are forced to give up mob control. In this case, RGMY hoping that the Prince of Mage is going to do a little bit more, but as of yet, doesn't have a lot of mana to try and extend this fight. I don't think they know that, but ONIC, you're still going to force the issue. Here comes the vision control. Here comes the fight, and they are going to get a split off on Repo as well. They tried going for isolate as well. The Panda Zone catches onto his Nay. Nay could not get the kick. It is going to get punished well. Repo forced the flicker out there as well. And KK Dawn, he actually survives the brunt coming from Zayed, and Zayed could not kill him off. That means Shensui is going to finish off the rest of RSGMY, while Izanami could not extend that fight at all.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Nay getting terrified right after the third hit of G couldn't go, and then instantly dies before he gets his ult off. Like, well played micro-wise coming in from ONIC PH. Hyper aware of the situation. Zayed got a little unlucky there, but at the end of the day, right, even though Izanami is playing on this Novaria, he needs somebody to kind of finish off the fight for him. He can chunk him down, but he won't be able to finish the fight efficiently.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate as well, considering that Izanami didn't have enough mana to do even more, which was one of the biggest problems here. And ONIC PH, they were able to just luckily scurry off with that that win. But as of now, once again, another stalemate on this turtle. It feels like Repo in a position where he's still, well,
he can do this forever. He literally will do this forever.
Yeah, but speaking of doing this forever, here comes the play. They do have vision as well. Kikida forced to defensively wall charge away, but Repo latches onto him and he is gonna die. Repo dropping down to low from the tier 2. Nets is gonna get an easy pick on towards him. Meanwhile, Dur is gonna be finished off of Nate, while RSGMY is gonna try and get him on as well. Shenzui dropping down pretty low. They need another snipe from Izanami, but still doesn't have it. But Lolios tries to go for the gamble, didn't get it though.
At least they will be able to secure this next turtle, right? And it looks like, wow, 58% believing in RSGMY over ONIC PH. Definitely thought it was going to be the latter. So, well, let's see how this works out.
Oh! Nah. Couldn't find the angle. He doesn't have the kick. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have it.
It's fine. It's just, it's about showboating, right? It's about like showing that you have presence.
Oh, here comes the wall charge. They found Lolios and they are going to force him down. Nate is going to be the sacrificial lamb alongside with him. Easy 2 kills coming from ONIC PH. RGMI not going to be able to respond to this. Zai forced to go for the OK Shadow kill. Clears the minions, and ONIC PH will respect this and back out.
I'm going to give Nay the benefit of the doubt there because he should have absolutely sacrificed his life as soon as he saw the conceal. Like, look for a G, couldn't go, trying to take away the follow-up or something. Obviously, don't use your battle spell because you're basically sacrificing your life and you don't want to lose that kind of resource. But I would have expected him to make the attempt.
Still, great catch coming from ONIC PH, identifying the priority, which was punishing Lolios. Gets a pick here. They understand what they need to do. But based on the standings here, look at this. Gold earned. Top on the net worth right now is going to be Sensui.
Yep, he's been power farming, right? After that first turtle going over to RSG MY, he's just like, nah, I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to take everything. All the gold across the map is going to be mine.
Yep, and in this case, how far is he going to go? Because as of yet, he's going to try and challenge Zayed. He does have the damage. Zayed, is he going to be able to survive? He does have an okay share kill. He's going to force a recall out of him. And is he going to get out? That's going to be a question. He does. He actually does get out. So that's going to be a huge win for him. Sensui, however, is going to be farming on the top side. RSG looking to actually try and continue the fight bottom, but not going to give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, Sensui could have 100% gone back into the middle of the fight, but he was waiting patiently. The play, though.
Oh, here comes the kick. They do catch Dirt. Dirt going for the penalty zone. Catches off Nate. Can he get out? Yes, he will. A little bit of a Astral Recall comes in. Doesn't even matter. Sensui taking a little bit too much damage from the Leos. He is going to escape and scurry off while RGMI, they lose Nate for absolutely nothing. But they do trade the tier 1. Here comes the snipe coming in. Repo taking too much damage. And that's going to be Choi killing him off.
Yep. So very good. Nets has so much damage, and I think, you know, Rippo needs to respect that. This is true damage. It might not be a carry, but there is a lot of burst in Nets right now. I mean, if we're looking at Nets' items, he currently has... Oh, he goes for the Endless Battle Malefic Lord.
Yeah, that's crazy as well. But now with the Lord down to his half HP, Rippo out of position. They have the vision. They have to find the right timing here. Sensui will secure it for him as well. Nate jumps in blindly for the Chikundo. Could not get the kick. However, Izanami snipes off Kekuda, so it's going to be a roamer for one roamer. ONIC PH going to be in a little bit of awkward position. Dirt taking a little bit too much damage. Repo looking to try and pull him back into this fight. Side finally shows himself, and they do secure that kill. So beautiful payback coming from RGMI, but still Lord in the hands of ONIC PH.
Yep, they're trading 2 for 1 here. Right now they're playing pretty well. Like, I don't blame him for that. It was an attempt, and obviously Kekudu was going to deny you. It's very hard to dodge it. The wild charge preemptively to try and slow him down so that ONIC can actually secure this Lord. Now RSG, I mean, at the end of the day, whether they have the Lord or not doesn't really change too much, right? The gold lead isn't too far away from ONIC PH. And if we're talking about high ground defense, at the very least, Novaria can handle the waves, and you have a Beatrix to kind of double down on that.
It feels like ONIC PH has started to adapt to this Novaria and Beatrix competition, right? Like this poke and push effect, they don't really do too much if you are always on the run. It's extremely, like you said as well, extremely hard to actually execute because of how difficult it is to hit those shots. So in this case, if ONIC PH commits it towards one guy, there's absolutely nothing RHB can do. But speaking of snipes here, Repo, right from the get-go. Ouch, that's a lot of damage coming from Nets.
That's so much damage. What is Nets' build right now? Endless Battle, Scarlet Phantom into Malefic Roar?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just raw crit right there coming from him. But
I mean, that's assuming that he crits, right? Like, this is a very big assumption. I think he has to go for a Berserker's Fury just to make the Scarlet Phantom worthwhile, no?
I guess. But in this case, you know, if everything is going to be crit coming from his passive ability, I guess it doesn't really matter, right?
It's big day.
Yeah, but speaking of which, RSG, once again, they're still trying to go for this kind of snipe from Izanami as well as Lolios. But every single time they show themselves, ONIC PH is like, it's just not worth trading. Just back off, roam around. As long as they don't hit us, we're good.
Yeah, looking at the damage in the leaderboards as well, Izanami having the most damage right now. Honestly, topping the charts pretty handedly, right? 10k above the rest. 10k above the rest, including his own teammate Lolios as well as Chovy. I would have expected him to do a little less this time round, but notice his build, right? Instantly, he's thinking about raw damage. He's not thinking about the Holy Crystal just yet. It will be, it will multiply the amount of damage he actually has, but it doesn't take away the fact that ONIC PH will start investing gold into items that give them magic resist, like the Radiant Armors.
I think Radiant Armor doesn't really affect too much against Novaria, right?
Oh, no, it does.
Considering that Izanami is going to be so far back. The first hit, it blocks the second hit, but you only need one hit, if you think about it.
No, you need more than one hit for sure. Like, everybody on the side of ONIC PH is not going to get one shot by Izanami on the Astral Recall, so the next thing that you have to worry about is that super annoying slow, right? I would have expected Izanami to go for an Ice Queen's Wand at some point, that might be his 4th item, but we'll wait and see. Is ONIC PH, while this game has been like, you know, relatively low kill count, right? 15 kills in total. They have a 2.6k gold lead on their side, so nothing really has escalated for them.
I like how RSG and YT are taking advantage of all this range coming in, but the problem here is they have to play this very, very disciplined. They cannot overcommit to the state unless ONIC PH commits to this fight. So this is something that I think ONIC PH needs to be a little bit wary of, because Repo is so far back trying to zone them out, and if he gets caught out of position again, there's absolutely nothing RSG MY can do. But beautiful reset coming from KK Dot though.
I'll be honest with you, I do think that RSG MY are just looking to fight. They're the ones at the goal deficit. ONIC PH want to be able to secure the Lord and ensure that they get at least a 5 to 6k gold lead with an inhibitor down, and that's exactly why you're seeing Sensui. He's pushing that side wave. He wants to make this neutral take easier.
Smart. Very, very smart. They're just, you know, like playing the macro game a little bit better.
Yeah, look at this, right?
Oh no, speaking of macro game, Repo is gonna get...
Oh,
I
no!
thought he couldn't even go for the split. He's gonna get focused away, but the Flicker comes in, finally tries to re-engage. They have full vision of where ONIC PH is, and they have to back off. But meanwhile, Repo, taking a little bit too much of Choi, but Nay now finally decides to make a decision. Dive on to Choi, unfortunately a little bit too late with his decision, and as he is gonna get picked off, here comes Choi, finally takes him out. Shovi will actually also set it up for Lolios for Nets to get the kill.
That's a really big blunder here. Nay didn't have his flicker up during that fight, and it also costed Loliels his life at the same time. It's very bold of RSG MY to assume that they can make that happen.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult to play. ONIC PH, they actually understand their composition a little bit better now, and now Shovi gonna be showing a little bit more confidence here. Repo taking a little bit too much damage, Split being forced out for absolutely no value defensively. But now Zayt, he's gotta make the play coming in. The Stomp comes in, connect on ONIC PH, but they cannot get the steal at all from RSG MY.
Yo, this damage is really scaling up fast for Izanami. He's going to get the Holy Crystal sooner rather than later. He's got, yep, there we go. That's the purchase of the Holy Crystal. Nets, on the other hand, man, his build, endless battle, Malefic Roar, and yes, the expected Berserker Fury after the Scarlet Phantom. Is he going for a
Winds of Nature, I think? I think he's going for Winds of Nature.
I think Winds of Nature is probably going to be the best bet.
Yeah, I guess. But at the same time, with the Lord shoving on the top side, RSG MY has no choice but to use their middle turret in terms of control. Nay can't exactly do too much unless he gets the perfect pick. In this case, stolen Way of the Dragon coming in from Shovi. He cannot make any more mistakes here from Nay.
I mean, honestly, RSG MY, they could sacrifice all the outer tier turrets, right? If they make it through this defense, they've successfully transitioned into the later stages of the game, and the gold lead technically doesn't matter at that point, right? ONIC PH, they're almost at that 50k mark, so most of their majority of their cores will have full build, like Nets, who just finished that with Nature, so that answers the question. On the other hand, RSG MY, they're only behind by half a component.
This is going to be tough as well with the Lord pushing on the top side. They have vision, but absolutely nothing RSG MY can do. They're throwing every ultimate here to clear off the minions here. Repo taking a little bit too much damage. Zayt actually pops his okay Shadow Cube. Couldn't get out in time, and it just gets melted. One shot by ONIC PH. What? What was that damage?
I mean, look at Nets, man.
Damn.
Look at Nets. Keep your eyes for the... Oh! That's looking good, but unfortunately, Izanami... Wait, he's going outside of the map to try and get this snipe off. He's not gonna... Oh, he checks the left bush first rather than try brush. 50-50.
Yeah, but at the same time, Shovi understood that the only way the Croc would survive was he blocked the shot. Beautiful stuff coming from Jovi.
God damn.
Damn. They're just playing on a different level.
They are. I mean, they made such a huge conversion here, right? They managed to get 2 inhibitor turrets for it. They're 13 kills to 5, 9.2k gold lead. Like ONIC PH, they know how to really abuse this Lord push.
Yeah, it's crazy. And on top of it all, let's talk about max slotted heroes right now. Currently, ONIC PH, they've got the Ling as well as Clint, pretty much max slotted. RSG MY still very, very far off to the quote Satan said late game territory. So this is something that I think, like you said as well, if RSG MY holds on for their dear life, they might be able to even the score. But the question here is, how can they take a team fight? Because as of now, it all comes down to whether or not Lolios and Izanami is going to be able to chip away. But the problem is, who's going to be able to set up for that? Because so far, Nate hasn't been able to find any of those opportunities yet.
Yeah, and Ripple gets absolutely shredded by Nets right now. I mean, now it's even harder because Nets is basically full items. He's scaled, he's got crit damage on top of everything else, and Ripple doesn't have that sort of resources to work with, right? We're not seeing the blade armor. We're not seeing anything else along that line. Not even a Sky Guardian's helmet as well. So, man, he gets ripped apart fast.
I think you brought up a very interesting point as well, because there's just not a lot of defensive items that actually deal with crit reduction, and I think blade armor fits the role very, very beautifully for now. But how quickly can they get it here? Because we are at the stage where RGMY is pretty much starved of resources across the map.
I would also make an argument that Twilight armor isn't that bad, considering how much damage and punishment that Ripple is receiving. He basically gets bursted down before he gets close. So I think at least with the Twilight armor, the damage reduction is useful in that case. But right now, ONIC PH just playing the map here. They're going to keep on doing this, right? They're going to hold RSGMY by their toes.
Yeah, this is going to be a little stalemate as well. ONIC PH, once again, going to be playing the reactionary order. They're having Sensui hidden onto the top side as well in case they need him to force a fight. But now they are going to be the aggressors. And the concealed play comes in. They force Nate to actually back off. Repo still looking to enter Jack, but can't seem to find the rock target to fight for as well. Syed finds out Shensui. He is going to be hurting a little bit more, but oh, Shensui, he steals the purple ball without even needing the retribution.
Oh, whoa, where did it? He lost 90% of his HP.
Okay.
What happened there? Did Izanami just snipe him?
I think so. I think Izanami actually sniped him. Yep, he's going for the emos. Most likely that's going to be the case as well, but 1,900 damage on the minute? What? That's a lot of damage here.
Big damn, as they like to call it.
Speaking of this as well, vision has been provided. Chovy forced to flicker out of there to disengage from the Astro's image here. But now the clump up comes in. Repo Split's been holding off here, but Nene finally finds the kick. Kenkado will be the first to fall, but it is a Roma. Shensui taking 80% of his health just off from Zayat and Lolios. That's a lot of damage. He is going to be forced to back out, and now RSGMY finally in position to actually be contesting this here. Oh boy! The Prince of Mage scares off the back lines with his Astro, and just like that, they're going for the collapse, and Lolios comes in from behind. And now they go in for the push. Izanami zones him off, and now ONIC PH, they are in trouble. Izanami, he's going out of the map. He's gonna try and set up for another play. Doesn't have the mana, and ONIC PH, my goodness, they have to concede this Lord.
They absolutely have to concede this Lord, despite having the wave advantage. No, Ripple's not gonna die. He's got split. There's no way he dies there unless Age is catching up to him.
Okay, but at the same time, it is narrowly shoving onto the base of RSG. They have to back off to actually go into lane check. But ONIC PH definitely wasn't expecting this coming from Izanami, and especially now, like you said as well, he got his Holy Crystal and his final item, he's got the Blood Wings as well. So that means Izanami is going to be extremely difficult to actually kill off right now.
I'm surprised. I thought he was going to go with something that gives him some form of cooldowns to speed up his abilities, like a glowing wand to make sure that they really feel the sting of it and they can't necessarily just, you know what, I'm just going to get hit once and then start recalling.
That's the crazy thing about what Novara can do right now. If you go for a burst build like this, you can face check with the ultimate, very, very low cooldown. You can even clear minions from a safe distance. And forcing ONIC PH to actually overcome into this means that Shensui needs to die for Izanami.
I think it might be worthwhile, right? I think it should be worthwhile that he changes his target. I mean, it's hard to change your targets with Lolios and Izanami kind of playing quite far back into the back line, right?
This is annoying. This is annoying.
It is, and Izanami, he's just going to do it again, right? Each and every one of these bushes, he's just going to like, okay, I'm going to check that one, no problem. Going to clear that wave. You know, Nate clears the top one. We basically locked down this bottom side.
Yeah, this is exactly what RSGMI wants to begin with, and I'm surprised like ONIC PH, they found the secret sauce initially, and now they're just falling back into the trap being set up from RGMY. And now with the vision control coming in from Novara, Izanami going to be chipping away damage here. Kikado forced to go in defensively. He is going to go for a reset. They lose the inhibitor, and now here comes a penalty zone. They're not prepared. They might lose a little bit more. Nate kicks in the wrong direction. The Ardor will be forced to back out. Lolios will be picked up the back lines, and just like that, Shensui goes in for the clutch. They finally dive the back lines, and now Repo left all by himself because of one blunder. And ONIC PH finds the kills back and fro, and now Repo gonna be chased away, but he will get out to safety.
Again, RSG, it's clear that they're not... Oh, they don't... It looks like they haven't played this type of composition too often. Because, again, they had all the artillery in the world. You have a Beatrix. Just let your opponents look to the engagement, right? You're just looking to counter-engage.
Oh my goodness, that force play coming from lane, completely lost in the fight, and ONIC PH immediately identifies that Izanami is the threat, and now Repo is gonna get completely destroyed. Absolutely nothing RSG could do. And ONIC PH closes this game with a very, very convincing sweep just like that.
Yep, great adaptations for the side of ONIC PH. Definitely respect them, but RSGMY, man, that final push, they really shouldn't have looked to be aggressive. You just poke them out with Navaria as much as you can, and then just let Beatrix kind of do her thing. Sit back, relax, and start hitting away the turrets for free using Renner. Yeah,
it was a very, very difficult play, but for them to actually lose, especially for Ling as well, Sensui was able to find two very, very important targets to kill off, and that is going to be the Hayabusa as well as the Nova at the same time from the back lines, and that was huge because the moment two of this squishy heroes gets completely pushed back, that pretty much says that there's absolutely nothing they can do. And I think the thing about what RSGMY that Shensui was, I would say, afraid of was that multiple times he tried to make this attempt, Lolios was able to chop him off. But if Lolios is distracted, that's an opportunity for Shensui to actually dive the back lines.
That's the thing, right? There was that big gap, that big separation, right? As soon as the front line started to move up, the back line looks for the follow-up, and next thing you know, Sensui, he's jumping in there with the help of Kakadu to kind of like slow down that front line from regrouping and protect the back. So again, nicely played. I do think one of the big hitters here this time around was going to be Chovy, who was brave enough to jump in that back line and buy that extra few seconds with the Terrify to allow Sensui to finish it all off.
Yeah, that was huge. That was huge coming in from ONIC PH. Beautiful stuff coming from them. RSGMY fell a little bit short. It gave us a little bit of glimmer of hope after Izanami was able to just scare them off, but it's not over until it's over, especially when it comes to late game territory. One mistake literally cost you the fight, and it did. It literally did for RSGMY in that final fight.
Totally agree, right? I mean, ONIC could have closed out this game way earlier, but unfortunately for them, they ended up losing their lead to one bad Lord fight. Then RSGMY looked to come back. They followed that push. They ended up losing off of it because they themselves made the blunder. So it's about minimizing your mistakes. Despite the scoreline being 9-19 in favor of ONIC PH, the fact that this dragged on for 23 minutes, I will say that both teams are probably looking to add a little bit more polish into the mix.
Yeah, but I really like this Novari being played by Izanami as well. There's a lot of adaptations. There's a lot of things that can be polished here in terms of strategy, but it just shows you how the power spike has kind of shifted in terms of timings for this particular hero. It doesn't follow the usual timings of the normal mages, right? He really excels once he has this like 4 to 5 item power spike, and the moment Izanami got his Holy Crystal after it as a 5th item, things started shifting away from ONIC PH for a little bit.
I think even when Izanami just had the Clock of Destinies and the Lightning Truncheon, he was doing some very relevant damage to the squishier heroes like Sensui, right? He from like what happened of, oh, I only lose 40% of my HP, gets the next item, I lose 50%, get the next item, I lose 60, and then when you get that final item, that's when it's like, wow, I nearly got 100 to 0 there. I really got to be careful.
Well, speaking of which, here Izanami was able to get like a 4,168 damage per minute on his Novaria. That's kind of scary if you think about it. I've not seen Novaria be played like that and consistently dish out this kind of damage yet, but I'm looking forward to see more Novaria plays like that.
Look, there's a very clear connection with the accuracy of your astral recall skill shots and winning the game. You know, the more shots you hear, the more likely you are to win. But Sensui played out. I think he played a phenomenal game here, right? Really smart with the way that he moves across the map. Even his itemization, he recognizes that his main goal is to chase down the targets, and they're very dependent on their abilities. Maybe not for the Beatrix, but he has more than enough damage with the Malefic Roar and Endless Battle, right? So making sure that he has the Corrosion Scythe, it's tough. It's tough for people like Nate to run away. It's tough for Izanami to run away.
Yep, Shenzui has been very, very smart in this choosing his fights as well. He understands macro league and what he needs to do. And every single time ONIC PH chooses a fight, he's always doing he's actually always forcing Zai to actually come into the fight. And Zai, time and time in game, just can't keep up with him. So that's going to be a big problem eventually for him. And however, despite the lack of damage output in the later stage game, but with those kind of damage items and the right targets to actually assassinate, things will actually turn for the fight as well. But yeah, this is where things kind of blundered for RSGMY. Wrong angle with the kick from A, and because of this separation, ONIC PH just lost everything in the back line. RSGMY just lost the entire back lines.
Exactly, and even the front line was very delayed to regroup and start the peel all over again. ONIC PH, they're great when it comes down micro-wise. They just need to find the right opportunities. And in that particular case, the window was small, but there was more than enough for ONIC PH to pry it wide open. So they take the match 1-0 against RSGMY, but it's not over just yet, but it's very close. Oh boy, match point for ONIC PH.
Yep, on top of it all, elimination match for RSGMY as well. They cannot afford to lose any more games, and they will be risk getting kicked off of the SPS series.
Look, to me, it doesn't matter who makes it through. As long as one of these teams makes it through, my predictions for who's going to qualify are still in the running. That's what matters to me.
Predictions, and predictions.
Exactly.
But speaking of which here, so far, I was a little bit worried as well. I know that I predicted ONIC to actually take a 2-0 from the get-go. I felt like there was a lot of improvements coming from RSGMY for this particular game. I feel like it's still, there's a lot of room that can be polished, but I like the direction they're going by experimenting on this Novari Beatrix here. I like the idea. Very tough to pull off, but the poking potential, the threat of playing this long-range distance is just extremely annoying.
It is annoying, and I do think, you know, the refinement can be a little bit better. But before we continue talking about that topic, Alter Ego X has taken their first game against CU Soon. So this is looking great, right? CU Soon finishing third in Cambodia in their own individual MPL. So technically they are a tier 1 team. So Alter Ego X doing a good job here. We'll keep you guys up to date with how that series is going to go throughout the show. But coming back to what we were talking about earlier, right? It's clear that RSG's composition, there's not enough polish to it, right? It's not like they played like 100 games because Novaria is just that new.
Yes.
And scrims, you never really know what happens in scrims, right?
Yep.
So the idea is there, but I will agree with you that the level of the direction that they're going in, making the calls in the game a lot better than yesterday. Execution does require a little bit of work.
Exactly. When it comes to execution here, you need to be energized here because Monster Energy will allow you to unleash that beast, and you can actually try to get yourself a pretty good sweet deal here with Monster Energy on their website. Check it out. You can actually buy the drinks here to keep you guys energized, to keep you playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
I'm curious to know whether you can buy like a gallon tub of just Monster Energy drink that you can lug around. Like one of those big kegs.
You know what I would really like? I would like to buy the Monster Energy truck.
Just the entire truck?
No, I just like a big truck.
That sounds like you want a truck more than it has to be a Monster Energy truck.
Because, you know, have you seen a Monster Energy truck?
Yes, I have, in a matter of fact.
Cool. What?
Yeah, I have, in a matter of fact.
Yeah, exactly. It's cool, right? Isn't it cool? Like the 3 lines here in the car, it's like it gives you that monster truck feeling, man.
Really?
Yeah,
you're sounding like a Slav boy right now.
I don't know, but I love, like, I used to actually watch this kind of like dirt racing kind of things where you can see monster, like giant monster trucks just completely destroying cars, man.
I mean, it's fair cool, enough. It's not my cup. Personally, not my cup of tea.
That's why I play tank a lot, but yeah, I just like to be the big guy, and like, and then ooga, and it just.
You must have loved Gundam as a kid, huh? Yeah, I'll take that as a yes. I'll take that. If people don't like Big Mechs, then I have an issue with them. You know, the Big Mechs definitely is relatable to the crowd.
I plead the fifth.
You're in the wrong country for that, boyo. Oh boy, but I am curious to know the thought process, right? Hopefully, maybe I can start pinging out some of the casters from the PH and start talking about like this particular Clint build, right? Not everybody likes the Gopher. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Usually, a Blade of Despair comes out, but no Blade of Despair at all. And even incorporating crit.
Yeah, that's the thing about the crit thing, right? Like, because of the fact that there's just not a lot of items that actually deal with the crit reduction, and based on the current meta for tanks composition, Blade Armor has kind of strayed away as well. But you know what's really, really cool about this kind of situation?
What?
It is going to be winning yourself 5,000 dollars. You guys want to win? Check out the Angel's brand new game. The FE Dash game is going to be online as well. They have a world ranking leaderboard where the first place with the most amount of points is going to be walking away with 5,000 euros. Yep. Not USD, euros. Okay.
Euros.
Euros. Wow.
Big currency, big currency. Not to mention that the FE Dash Cup, like the game that they make you play, pretty easy, pretty simple to play.
But how long can you last?
I don't have that kind of time, man.
How long can you last? It might be hours, it might be days, but guess what? If you are the longest time or the highest scoring person, you know what? I think it's gonna be worth it. You know, I wouldn't mind. That's the thing. Can I last 2 days straight doing just set the high score?
No.
I know I would kill myself, but 2 days for 5,000 dollars.
My average time is 2 minutes. That's all I got in me, man. I just
Wait,
go in, play as hard as I absolutely can, and then just, well, that's it. That's enough for me.
I feel sad, man. Only 2 minutes?
Yep,
really?
that's all I got in me, man.
I feel sad, man.
Don't worry, at least I have the height.
At least you got the person, but yeah.
Well, that too,
no,
but I've got the height.
Both straight.
I don't 25 seconds left on the clock. ONIC PH currently 1-0 against RSG. I feel like the adjustments are more in-game than the draft itself. However, for ONIC side, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now realizing that, okay, Novaria, like somebody on the side of RSG MI can play Novaria, they might want to consider it banned, or unless they've already thought of the counter pick way before the turn.
To be honest, I feel like this is a great time to actually experiment. What I mean by experimenting, why I feel it is a great time to experiment for ONIC PH is that they can't afford to lose one game. So in this case, was Novaria a big threat? I felt like they are very uncomfortable playing it. They still found a solution to winning the game, but I don't think mentally they would be put into the situation to actually play a very similar composition again, because of the fact that it is mentally taxing and you are going to be forced to play more games. So I would say there's 2 ways to do it. One, ban it off, play something standard with the game, or test yourself, go for the gamble, play the Nora themselves, lose this game. It's okay. It's not losing the series. Win game 3.
I think that ONIC PH, if they have the opportunity to try out the Novaria, I wouldn't be too surprised if Chovy was like, after seeing Izanami's performance, he's like, man, he beat me in damage? That's kind of crazy. I thought Chovy was already playing an outstanding game, but then you look at the numbers that Izanami was pumping out, and it's just like, man, he's not even interacting in half of these fights. He's shooting one ability, and then he's just backing up.
Yeah, but at the same time, Chovy has, you know, he's playing a Valentina, right? He's been playing a lot of us. I think, especially in the early game, the stolen Way of the Dragon coming from him pretty much set up a lot of his fights as well, actually winning ONIC PH's early game. So I guess that's a difference in approach in terms of main style. He's more of like the playmaker to understand in the game, and then, you know, we have Izanami just chipping away from from far behind. So I guess it's just 2 different play styles all in together.
I wouldn't put it past Chovy, though. I really wouldn't put it past him. RSG now on their final ban in the first phase. So far, we're seeing the Wanwan, the Farmis, Fanny, Joy, and as well as the Eve. Actually looks kind of similar to what RSG MY was doing in game number 1.
Do they ban the Novaria, or do they ban the glue? Because I feel like I felt like Repo played a pretty decent glue, but the nerfs did hurt the glue a lot.
I don't think it's the nerfs. I think ONIC PH micro-wise are really disgusting.
Okay.
I mean, they layered their CC, and they did it consistently. Like, I think there was 6 different occasions, three times that they've stopped Nate going for the Way of the Dragon because they layered CC, 2 times against Ripple when he was trying to go into the split form and escape.
Yep, in this case,
they don't ban it out. Huh.
Yeah, they don't ban it. So I don't think ONIC PH was prioritize it. Yeah, they don't. They actually prioritize the Valentina once again. So RGMY still can get the glue once again for Repo. Do they want to pick it up again, or do they pick the Terista instead? Because so far, ONIC PH, they have already found a way to deal with it. Repo was struggling with this play as well. Terista was extremely annoying cutting the back lines. Once Terista's penalty zone is on you, there's pretty much no way you're gonna get up.
Flicker.
Well, technically, technically they are, but then it's just major commitments if you think about it, right?
It is a major commitment. I would agree with you in that sense, but looking at how the draft could potentially go, right? ONIC PH with this Valentina pick, I think it's clear to them that they don't think that highly of Novaria, because the simple counterplay is don't get hit by the skill shot, man. Just sidestep. It's literally not that hard.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done,
Like,
for sure.
like imagine if this guy has like a 100% hit rate on Novara's skill shot. I don't think you can, you know,
There's
dodge it.
no way you can get 100% hit
Eventually,
rate.
someone's gotta reach a level.
More like eventually Novaria has to check a bush. Instantly, it's considered a miss. Like, what are you gonna do about it, right? True. Like, there's no way to calculate the intent of a player to hit somebody, right? There's no way. No metric really solidifies that. Man, I don't understand. What's up with MY teams not wanting to go for Kaja? It's really starting to rub me the wrong way.
Well, you know, I think RSG and Y, they're just sick of it.
They're the ones that's sick of it?
No, they're sick of Valentina. So I think they were just more focused on how to shut down Shobi with this Valentina, and that's why they brought in the Kufra to a certain degree. I don't think it's a major one, but I do see where you're coming from as well. Kaja is just so good in terms of value in all situations.
Yeah, but I think RSG MY... I mean, Sensui has definitely left an impact here, right? When you look at a Farsa and a Kufra opening, you're just baiting your opponent to be like, lock in that link. As soon as you lock in that link, then it's basically game over for you. So RSG MY is still going to be able to pick up the glue on their side, and I think this will be a really good test to see whether or not glue is as sustainable as we would like to imagine, because the last time there was a lot of CC, let's just say that.
Yeah, and at the same time here, I feel like based on this second phase ban here, does RSG and Y want to respect both the Hayabusa, Lancelot, or even Link? Either or, these three heroes is something that I think they might be traumatized from, or do they still want to lean on that direction? But as of now, RSG and Y, they take the approach to actually make sure that Repo wins his lane on XP lane instead.
Yep. They want to ease up that matchup, right? Because he was going toe-to-toe. Terizla was getting first move on him every single time. And I think, you know, as the dominant, one of the more dominant laners in terms of like tier list and power level, it's not acceptable. It really isn't. If they really want to take it a step further, they also ban out the Benedetta, which also affects their mid lane.
That's a little bit of a commitment if you think about it, because as of now, both junglers hasn't been picked yet. So I'm really surprised that RGMY is not taking in that direction. And ONIC PH is just say like, you know what, I can play any jungler, just ban off marksman, just force Lilius to play something that they can't play.
I think, look, I just think that it's counterintuitive.
Oh yeah, they go for the jungle ban.
I think that it's counterintuitive to be like, oh, I'm going to get rid, I'm baiting out this link, right? And technically you can say the same about baiting out the Benedetta. Anybody who has a dash is going to generally suffer with the Kufra on board, but it's just one guy. When you have multiple people who can come from different angles, it's a significant problem.
Wait a minute, I think I can see where RSGMI is setting up for.
They want ONIC PH to play link as well. Vendetta.
Paquito jungle.
Paquito jungle, that would be even worse.
I feel like RG and Y's Paquito, like, yeah, Paquito jungle doesn't necessarily win in terms of the macro aspect, but if Ling makes one wrong move, that's 3 combos in, you're dead.
Exactly.
I think that's the direction he's aiming for.
Oh, it's looking good. It's looking good here.
Do they go for the Paquito?
I think it's better to show your jungler rather than your marksman, because at this point, like, the marksmen generally haven't been touched that much.
I feel like ONIC PH is still going to lean on the Ling once again.
I mean,
they can just completely dodge it too.
I mean, honestly, they want them to take lane.
Okay. Are they going to go for it?
I mean, worst comes to worst, if they want to make sure that,
Mortis.
you know...
playing safe, pick the Mortis,
No,
I
just
guess.
pick up the link for yourself. At least you can start playing the map.
I haven't seen Zai play Link before.
A very long time, right?
Like, most of the time, it's like Hayabusa,
Fanny,
Fanny,
lucky.
Lancelot. Wait, is Fanny open? No, it's not. It's Fanny. Not happening. Are they going to go for it?
They're pulling it all the way to the last seconds here. Usually they're done by the 8th. Okay. They made a choice. They're going to go with the Brody.
Okay,
so they want to be able to punish this Kaja. All right, they're covering their bases here, and I respect that. ONIC PH is going to be locking in the Arlott and as well as the Akai.
Okay, so no Link, they bring in the Akai, but what surprises me is that Arlott completely ignored. This is... I did not expect this at all. Arlott completely ignored. Okay.
I think it's a pretty decent solution. I would prefer the Benedetta just a little bit more, but at least with the Arlott, you can like flicker forward, final slash, cancel out the...
You know, I like you to keep bringing up the Benedetta. Could this be a Zayed Benedetta?
No way in hell. No way in hell. He's playing Lancelot.
Yeah, Lancelot is definitely a safer bet. Does he?
Lancelot or Martis? It really depends on him what he's
I don't think the Paquito is a good move right now, considering that they're not playing assassins for ONIC PH.
more like they've got
I
Kaja
guess
and Akai.
Lancelot.
They've got Kaja, Akai, and they also have the Arlet. So like,
Yeah.
come at us, come at us.
Okay, okay, okay. Oh, whoa!
Oh boy, all right.
All right.
It's time for window abusing here. Zayed really's he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
I don't know if I'm happy that I got my predictions on the hero right, but I'm not too happy about this round.
It's rough. It really is rough. Like RSG MY can get picked off so easily. They don't have the flexibility that ONIC PH actually has. So the timings and execution is going to be at an all-time high for their comp.
Oh boy, they are definitely going to go all in with this play here. But ONIC PH, they pretty much set up the draft, playing something a little more standard, while RSG MY looking to wow us with their potential last performance here. But can they drag this out into this game number 3? Because as of now, I'm excited to see whether or not RSG MY bounces back, because now they are at a stage where if they lose this match, they lose their chances to make it off to the next stage, while ONIC PH is looking to still qualify.
And ONIC PH has been looking very, very good, adjusting accordingly, not giving too much space to RSG MY, and hopefully they can repeat this again to get this clean 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 for RSG MY going up against ONIC PH, and ONIC PH currently on the blue side and RSG MY on the red side.
Yep, Zayed. Oh, they're starting on opposite sides of the map this time. Purple buff starts for Zayed and purple buff start for the Akai. So Akai wants to end up by the Litho Wanderer, but Zayed doesn't want that at all. He's just gonna walk into wait. ONIC PH are making a full move here. Look at Arla as well as Valentina.
Huh, this is interesting, but at the same time, I'm surprised that Kekido's got a very early level advantage as a Roman compared to Nate. This is something I did not expect as well, because RSG and why I wasn't expecting that they back off. They will give a little bit more control, but yeah, as of now, mid control is gonna be the way to go for ONIC PH. We don't see a lot of emphasis on those gold laners yet, but they are sending a nade down bottom for RGMY, while ONIC PH is just hovering around.
For ONIC PH, they want to develop the lead for Sensui and then start, because he's going to path down to the gold lane anyways, right? So there's nothing really much for Beatrix to really do. Plus, you're up against a Brody, which is a very volatile lane.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, Master Assassin up on Zayed means that anyone who's going to be all by themselves is going to get completely one-shotted by Zayed. So in this case, ONIC PH, they're respecting this, but they have to be aware that Zayed is going to be looking to dictate the tempo for the game, while ONIC PH, all they gotta do is just play it safe, play it slow, wait for the Hakai's heavy spin up online, and this is where total contest is going to be a little bit more easier, I guess.
Yeah, no, this is where it gets really dangerous, right? Because again, both supports are in the mid lane trying to rush their level 4 by absorbing full EXP. And even if Zayed is going to start off this...
Oh boy, Repo, he's going to flicker away.
He's
He's going to find Blue, split goes in. He is going to back off, but Nay, for the setup, he does connects on towards one. Here comes the Feather S-Right as well. They pull him back, and that's going to be dirt taken now. First blood in the hands of RSG MY. That's going to be turtle secured as well. Meanwhile, bottom lane, seems like they do pick off little deals for ONIC PH as a consolation prize.
Yep, nicely done by RSG MY, but I love the resource management coming in from ONIC PH, right? They know they don't necessarily have to invest all of their members by this neutral objective, and because of that, they were able to secure a kill on the Moliels, which means now the volatility of this lane has been broken. Nets has a very good opportunity to start just dominating from here on out.
Yeah, but it's interesting considering that Chensui actually opted to actually pick a fight against Repo rather than heavy spin into his turtle fight. But speaking of which, here is Anami getting focused down as well, but he actually survived now. Counterplay with the Feather S-Right as well. Che flickers forward, tries to pick him up, but instead has no way out. So that's going to be RSGMY with a very, very good counterplay coming in, and it's not going to be over as well. Shensui forced a heavy spin relatively early. Meanwhile, RSGMY is going to get away with all these pickoffs.
Notice bottom side, we see the rotations coming up really soon here. Kaja still, Kakadu technically, he still has his ult. He's just waiting for an opportunity to find the right target, because let's keep in mind the damage dealers, right? Ideally, he needs Nets specifically, because he's the only one who can burst people down compared to everybody else on his team.
Agreed, and this is a problem coming from ONIC PH, right? They don't have this kind of early engagements. They have a lot of sustainabilities, but when it comes to pick-off potential, like you said as well, Nets is the only guy that has this kind of kill threat potential in early stage of the game, unless RGMY decides to overextend their stay, which, as we can see, Izanami was somehow able to actually get out in the prior engagement.
Yep. Oh, they're gonna... Okay.
Oh, okay.
No. They don't have to reveal everybody here. As long as Zai doesn't show up on the map, I'm not sure whether that last minion spotted him out, but ONIC PH, right, if they recognize this, and if they did spot him out, they would not be sitting around this turtle. They would be sending their mid lane members down to the bot side.
I guess, but as of now, bottom turret is going to be open up as well. Repo does scout out this rotation coming from ONIC PH. They do know that they are all here to contest this. Meanwhile, Zayed is still not in a position to fight this yet. He is going to try and farm his way through, while RGMY is still very busy trying to pick off in the bottom fight. And look at this, they're actually committing on the mini-map onto his nets, and they don't even get any of those walls. So that's going to be an easy turtle for ONIC PH instead.
Good choice coming in from RSGMY. This neutral objective doesn't really benefit them because their composition just require... Most of their heroes require one item, and they already are relevant in these fights. Loliels is now unlocked from that bottom lane. Rippo now needs to clear that top side and go for the lane swap early rather than late.
Oh, nee. Try to actually make a play. Seems like it's not going to connect, so that's going to be the disengage coming in from RSGMY. Meanwhile, this is going to be a KK dot. Does have the flicker. Is he going to go for the play? But no. Not going to be happening, but unless Zayed says something as well, there's going to be a lot of punch coming in from Master Assassin. As soon as he scouts Shensui, he immediately backs off.
Yeah, they need to lane swap now. The timing is perfect. He's going to get pulled back. No. Not the worst in the world. It's fine. He flickers out of there. Gets the Feather Airstrike as well.
No way!
Zayed protects him. Perfect. They lose basically nothing except for a Feathered Airstrike.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming in from RGMY. Because of this, ONIC PH, they are losing up so much space because as of now, Lolios, he makes it to the top safely. He's going to get a free wave from potentially a tier 1 as well because the rest of ONIC PH, they're not going to actually rotate in time. But as of now, Feather Airstrike on top of it all, trying to scare off there to ensure this tier 1 to fall in the hands of RGMY.
Good insurance, gets the River Crab as well. Now RGMY, they are the ones controlling the tempo. They are ahead of ONIC PH, but it doesn't mean that ONIC PH can't bounce back here, right? The next point of contention is going to be by this turtle side. They don't necessarily have to commit members to actually clean up the bottom tier 1 because it's still very dangerous for nets to show up in these fights.
A lot of hybrid item plays here, but more than thought of now, Divine Judgment comes in. Repo, but before the split, the final slash puts it out of position, but he is going to be able to get out. The rest of RGMY, they are going to pick him apart as well. The Feather Airstrike on top of it all to zone them back. So that's going to be ONIC PH losing Dur just like that.
A little unfortunate because Dur wanted to go for even more. He still had that flicker, but unfortunately just not the case here. Rippo luckily managing to flicker out just in time. Now Nets is going to be able to secure this bottom tier 1. However, because RSG has the tempo, you can see that all their members, we don't even need this turtle. Let's just go straight for the structure.
Yeah, they should, because top side tier 2s are exposed. Leo's already chipping away. Dur is going to be there. Nothing can actually do too much about this Brody, so that's going to be a lot of map control in favor of RGMY, especially on the top lane. This third turtle was pretty much guaranteed, and RSG, they're not even going to go for it here. They are going to try and force a play. Kikado gets caught out from Nate from the side. Tyrant Drake comes in. Feather Airstrike does chip him at the sides. Unfortunately, no follow-up coming from RGMY. The Divine Judgment will punish him instead, and that's going to be RGMY losing Nate, not even taking a tier 1 down mid here. Almost takes it down.
Hey, yo, where was the comms there? Why is Izanami still looking for the frontline members when they've already found that pick on the side? So, whatever. That just happened. Now, ONIC PH, they've got all 5 of their members in the 4v4 by turtle side.
Oh! Repo, he's going to get completely pinned now, but the split comes in. Nope, he's not going to be able to do it. Lolios tries to go in for the flank. He is in a little bit of awkward position, but he does get out to safety. Total will be secured at the expense of losing Repo.
What just happened there? Lolios flickering forward to try to close the distance onto Nets. Nets just walking back into the tri-brush thinking, what in the world is going on? Didn't even have to blow his flicker as well. So now RSG getting a little sloppy on the execution here, but at the end of the day, they are the ones that are ahead. 1.7k gold lead with finally a turtle falling into the hands of ONIC PH.
Yeah, very, very interesting as well, considering that they are playing a little bit of a ambush here. They are setting things up. Repo going to be face checking here. Does scout out the rotation of ONIC PH. The rest of the team are here, but Repo is trying to bait out rotations here. But now Shizui, they trying to force the heavy spin. Nope, does not even commit to it as well. But they do chop him out down low. Repo finally pops the split, flickers away. But Zayed picks off the back lines. Nets gets killed off, and RSGMY they get a very, very nice pick from the sides as well. Zayed now looking for more. Is he going to get more?
No.
Seems like they are going to try to zone him out, but ONIC PH has to disengage from this.
Yep, I mean, Zayed, he's 2 levels ahead of the Akai right now, since Sui at level 11. And again, some good decisions being made for the side of RSG and MY. They recognize that they don't need the turtle, so this allowed Zayed a lot more free time to actually clear out his own jungle and then start thinking about how to punish their opponents.
Yeah, this is something that I think it is going to be very, very difficult to actually play around, considering that ONIC PH, their own main damage dealer is pretty much coming from nets. And Chovy hasn't been in a position where he can actually threaten anyone from RGMY, if you think about it. They're just so beefy, they're just so tanky, and it's extremely hard to actually peel them apart. And they don't really have a play where they can actually go in for the backline like how they played in Game 1 right now.
Right now, the only person who can do something like that is Dur. He's going to have to flicker Final Slash to cancel, to try and cancel at the very least the Feathered Airstrike, right? That's all he can really do realistically. But it's still tough. It's still tough. It is a 4.1k lead, now to 4k lead for the side of RSG MY, and they're immediately getting on the top of the turtle.
Yeah, Repo already going for the split spins. Pulls off Shinzue. He's gonna try and isolate here, prevent him from the Lord now. Better Airstrike already comes in. The respawning PH collapse onto his RSG MY right in the hands of the Leos, and they'll pick him apart. And now the Leos is out of position. He gets kicked out, and Chovy at the expense of his own life. But the rest of ONIC PH are slowly getting zoned out by RSG MY, but they do get to disengage, but at the same time, they've lost Zayed.
Yeah, they did lose Zayed here, but the rest of the members should be able to hold out, right? Sensui and Dur, they're good at peeling, but Nets is extremely immobile and he doesn't have Flicker. And at the end of the day, he's more worried about Izanami having the Feathered Airstrike, and as well as the fact that Ripple still has Split Split.
Yeah, true. Sensui still has the retreat, like you said as well. Because now Feathered Airstrike comes in, connects a big one on Nets, but Nets, without coming in, he tries to burst down Repo, but it is going to be low enough for him to finish him off. That's going to be killing spree up for Nets. And now Zayed finally back in position to try and contest for the Lord once again. It is going to be the dance around again, and ONIC PH is slowly catching up back the lead that they lost, but Nets is going to be in a position once again. He does not have his ult yet. For RSG and MY, they're all clumped in. Here comes a Divine Judgment coming from him, and they will be bursted down just like that. Feathered comes in. KK needs to back up. Shinzui secures the turtle. If they are going to commit, nope, they do not.
They back away here. They trade Kekdude for Ney this time round, and RSGMY, all of the advantages and gold monetary advantages that they've achieved in the earlier stages of the game, all down the drain as ONIC PH is able to equalize, which is great for them, right? And they also have the Lord, so technically they are going to be the ones taking the initiative, and more importantly, they finally get ahead in this game.
Yeah, this is something that they have been looking for a long, long time, right? But so far, Nets has been playing really, really well, and I like how that he's been positioning himself in a situation where he's getting a lot of kills just because of the fact that RGMY is forced to actually commit to him.
I think that right now what Nets has over Loliel's is just triggered discipline, right? Like Loliel's, if he doesn't get that kill, and even though the person is 1% HP, and he could just go for an auto attack, he flickers for it.
Yeah, true. Repo now getting chunked up pretty hard. Splits out of the way. The Feathered comes in. He connects on Chovy, and that's going to be huge for RSGMY. The heavy spin is going to disrupt the back lines, but they do pick him up bit by bit. And RSGMY finally finds that opening that they been looking for.
Yeah, honestly, that's pretty funny that it was pretty funny that Rippo decided to start latching on to Chovy there, since Sui's heavy spin technically is damaging Chovy at the same time. Small interactions, it's not like it was a big deal, but it's fun to see.
Yep. But at the same time here, with these 2 kills, are they going to be able to transverse into anything? Because now tier 2 is going to be an attack coming from RSG and MY. ONIC PH cannot defend this. Feathered actually be committed just to secure this tier 2.
Yep, this is how you siege down these turrets. That's why we see, in the previous metas of just Beatrix and Brody, they basically do the same thing. Crack structures early, farm the entire shield as much as you can. Make sure you have an artillery mage so nobody walks up, and you've got the perfect recipe for a siege composition.
Yep, and ONIC PH playing very, very safe here, which is interesting if you think about it. Considering that they are playing this discipline, it feels like they're just afraid of Izanami. But at the same time, I feel like Sai can actually threaten them.
Sai definitely can. right? And I think, you know, ONIC PH realized that a lot of the gold developed on their side is invested into nets. He's 6-1-1 currently, right? They need Dur to kind of catch up and get tankier so that he can try to walk up instead of having to commit a flicker to get on top of Izanami. Kakadut, on the other hand, pretty much the exact same problem, right? He is finding these picks, but he's purposely targeting the front line because without the front line, RSG MY will be wide and exposed.
Yeah, and in this case, it feels like when it comes to exposing themselves, I feel like RSG and MY, they just don't need to do that. Like, if all they gotta do is just play poke and peel, and they're all good. As long as Kakadut makes a mistake, they can kind of capitalize on just punishing them. Think about it.
I mean, we'll see, because macro sense-wise, RSG, they hit their next item, power spike, this neutral. Oh, look at the fat flank coming out. Did they spot out the flank?
No way, no way. I think they do. They are gonna force the find. Hey! Now they go in for the catch. They completely collapse. A big out coming from Nets, chunks them away, and that's Phil bursts down O'Leals once again. A second out from Nets, and RSGMY, they make the blunder. Quick reactions coming from ONIC PH, and that's gonna be a double kill for Nats. And the immediate collapse comes in. Oh my goodness. Looks good for RSGMY, but ONIC PH just one step faster.
I'm going to make a call here. I don't do this very often, but I would like to see the replay of Kufra, Nay, somehow not hitting 3 people there with his ult. I am not sure what exactly happened. The fact that only one person was stunned for that long is kind of suspicious, but, you know, maybe there's something I missed because it was in that zoomed out view.
Well, true. They did actually back out really quickly as well from ONIC PH. They were able to just completely disengage. But yeah, like you said as well, yeah, they just backed out like that.
Yeah, they just walked
Weird.
out of it, right? Like, I'm
Weird.
pretty sure that AoE should have hit all 3 people there.
True.
What happened?
I don't know, man. It might be an interaction coming from Kufra.
No, it can't be.
It looks so good, right, from that angle.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why? Why is it like this? Why does the video game be like this right now?
Well, sometimes such is life, man. Such is life.
Honestly, I feel a little cheated. You have to admit that did look rather suspicious.
Yeah, I agree.
What the heck happened? Man, there's got to be an interaction that I'm missing out here somewhere, right? I don't see any purifies as well. Like, what?
True.
Was the angle awkward? Was it wrong? Did he not collide with the wall because the wall is kind of shaped funky?
Well, we gotta analyze it in slow-mo when we actually back out. But for now, the fight does continue because ONIC PH is one step closer to actually advancing forward, because now with the Lord coming in, the inhibitor will fall, and now RSGMY, they lose name from the get-go, and they might actually lose even more. ONIC PH now just completely dissecting them. Leos tries his best to go to on-par memories, but the Lord's still chipping away at the crystal. Is down by 70% health, but ONIC PH, they don't want to continue this fight. They are going to try and get a little bit more, but it seems like they won't be able to do so.
Yep, I mean, they pushed their advantage all the way to getting a 3.8k goal lead. So what a swing in terms of the economy. But keep in mind, Izanami's still a huge problem, chunking out Nets for 50% of his HP.
Yep, and now the top inhibitor will be exposed as well. Feather Network has been used to defend the middle lane, and RSGMI, they would rather play a side to side, but ONIC PH says, I don't care, I'm gonna go for the crystal. No minions, it's gonna be risky. Knee, he's gonna try and go for the catch, instantly gets countered off by his wall. Here comes the outcoming from Ness trying to zone them out, but they will gladly sacrifice Dur to back out to safety.
I'm surprised that Dur even decided to go back into that fight, right? I know that he had Flicker and he could have tried and outplayed it, but at the end of the day, he still needs that final slash to make it all kind of wrapped up nicely. So RSG making this an even game, 12-12 right now, and Kakadu finally getting the fleeting time after all this, after everything that has happened.
Well, it's been a long day. It has been a long time, but considering the state of the game, this is the perfect time for him to actually go for a fleeting time, just because of how RGMI can't seem to just completely go for the one-shot. It is a very, very drawn-out fight time and time again, and ONIC PH is just so good at actually prolonging this fight, which is crazy.
I would say that ONIC, I would reverse it. I would say that ONIC PH is much better at kind of just slowing down the pace of the game, right? I think they have a very good sense of tempo, but they have a significant advantage here for this lore take, right? The side lanes are kind of constantly pushing into RSGMY, and based off of game number 1, they have strong fundamentals, so they're going to start messing with RSGMY. They're going to do this really, really slow until the waves start to pile up.
Yeah, but speaking of piling up here, Lord being beat up for Chenzui, he's waiting for the minions to shove the bottom lane, and RGMY, they can't really do too much unless ONIC PH shows themselves. which they just did. So they have a rough idea where ONIC PH is, and RSG, they can't really do too much about this fight, but Repo, he forced the split, and this is actually huge for ONIC PH now, as they can actually commit towards a fight, but they're just not, they don't need to nade now. With the Tyrant's Rage, he does connect on Dur instead. And now from the back lines, Kekadu tries to hunt into Izanami. Izanami gets out, Zai bursts down Chovy. And now here comes the Divine Judgment coming from Kekadu. Nee will be bursted down, but he does have some immortality. He's gonna get out. Meanwhile, Lilius, he won't get pinned to the wall. He gets bursted down, and that still survives and kills them all. And now he comes down towards a 2v2. Zai still has the damage challenges as well. He's got the damage, he's going for the punch, but look at this. The disengage comes in, but Repo will gladly focus on towards Derb, and now the flicker comes in. They're buying more time, but it will eventually fall. But the minions. Boy.
It's fine. It will clear up here, but somebody needs to go back. Either most likely Rippo in this particular case, because it's building up fast. Like, it pulled all three of those waves. Like, somebody's got to be careful of this back door. It's piling up.
Yeah, it is indeed. But now with the Lord going to be exposed as well, Repo is going to try and zone things out, but it's going to be tough because Shenzui is in a position. It is going to be a 50-50 coin flip unless he has his heavy spin, but the minions comes in. Oh, they do have a little bit more, but they're not going to reset this. No, this is going to be tough. ONIC PH, they've got 3 members now. Here comes the split. Zayed still not in position. They don't have the combos going for the retribution. They have to back up, and ONIC PH looks for the zone, but the rest of RSGMY, they show up right in the nick of time. They are going to fall for the fight, but Shizue tries to steal the Lord, and he actually seals it away. And here he comes, Nets. He's looking for the backdoor play. He's got the damage. Repo is here. Can they go in for the stun? Yes, they can. The rest of RSG is finally here. They take them out. They keep things alive. They get 4 for nothing. And now Lolios manning up the fight against her. He's got the immortality, and Lolios wins this fight. They get the wipeout despite losing the Lord.
Oh, they still have a minion there. Nay can tank it. Nay can absolutely tank it, and Rippo is able to delay the Lord. That's GG, as we're going to be equalizing it here. Who's coming back, though? Kekaduna is going to come back first. If he can buy 6 seconds for Chovy.
Lolios.
Just clear the wave! Oh my god.
Oh no, Lolios, he died this. He gets pulled back, and he's going to die. They don't even get the crystal. And ONIC PH, they somehow hold on. RSGMY, they thought they got this in the bag, but with the Lord still shoved on the top side, Repo is just struggling to defend against this.
Oh my goodness. They will clear it. This is going to be a full reset, but ONIC PH fans rejoicing here that Chovy was able to pull it back in time, and Kekadu just had just enough damage because the minions were already low. All things lined up perfectly.
Oh my goodness. You hate to see it for RSGMY because now it's back to reset for them. They've got to do it all over again. And it's going to be tough. Like you said as well, the minion's going to be shoved in. 88 seconds for the Lord Pit. And ONIC PH now full off as they still have the enhanced minion. They're looking for the play.
Oh no!
He missed the jump. He is going to get pulled back. Is he going to survive? Absolutely not. Now Heavy Spin going to be pinning on Zayed as well. They commit to this and they lose everything. 3v5 and ONIC PH. They will continue the extension here. They've got those immortalities, and RSGMY, they've got to do it without Nay and Zayed in this next 40 seconds.
Yep, and Natsy's just slowly picking away at this mid inhibitor, the final one. Unfortunately for RSGMY, they've got about 33 seconds of defense to somehow pull it back.
This is tough. They're slowly chipping it away. ONIC PH playing very, very safe here. Nets taking advantage of those long-range knives. This inhibitor will guarantee fall unless they throw bodies. Divine Judgment comes in. They pull in towards Repo. Immortality comes in, but the final slash forces Lolios has to back out. Repo forced to go for a Winter Trunking swap. Doesn't even matter. They've got the damage. It is over. It is GG. Well played as ONIC PH will clean house and take the series 2-0 against RSGMY.
A 2-0 victory for ONIC PH. GG, well played, and congratulations as they make it another day here at the SPS. But of course, we have to say goodbye to RSGMY. They put up some good games, some good directions, a lot of potential, and at least they made it a series rather than yesterday where they were having an off day.
Yeah, it was a very very difficult game for RSG, but ONIC PH, salute to them. Prevailed, hold on, 2-0. And so far, guess what? 100% prediction, baby.
Hey, 100% prediction.
Hey.
Good on you here.
Hey.
But man, ONIC PH there, they really got, I didn't expect them to get pushed so far by RSG MY, right? Like, I think even ONIC PH were a little surprised with some of the plays that actually happened.
Yep.
Number one, I do think that we need to kind of I'm going to revisit it for sure about Ney not hitting a 3-man collision against the wall, right? Because I think that was the game-winning play for RSG MY, bringing it to at least the full 2-1 series. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, ONIC PH, Nets, kind of nasty here. Kakadu, everything that I've heard about him is completely correct, but Sensui has been quite the standout for me.
Agreed. I feel like Sensui played really, really well. His timings has been very on point. He understands his decisions, understands what he needs to do in both games in particular. So far, he's not only being able to play an assassin damage dealer, he can play a tank jungler. He's pretty much the full package right now coming from Sensui. However, what really surprises me is that I've not seen RSG MY play this well in a very long time.
In a very long time.
Even though they've lost Game 1 and Game 2, I'm proud of RSG MY. Even though they've lost, I'm proud of them. They
are eliminated, but they're going down in the blaze of glory, of course, here. Again, very happy to see them actually, you know, coming back into at least some kind of previous glory, previous form. But ONIC PH definitely hard competitors no matter what. But at least RSG MY got their wish before they got eliminated. They wanted to face ONIC PH, and they got it.
Yep, they definitely did. And we have to bid them farewell for coming RSG MY. We hope you guys do a little bit well in the next ones. In this case, probably MPL Season 12.
Yep.
But nevertheless, now let's talk about a little bit more of the itemization and stats coming in here. Stats, man, what do you think? 21 versus 21. Was it really, really close? I felt it was pretty darn close.
It was a dead even game here. It's just all about securing those lords, right? And each and every time we saw that, you know, ONIC PH were much better at this neutral objective control than RSG MY. But I will say that Izanami was trying his absolute hardest to stop Nets from free hitting. Because when they allowed Nets to free hit, if the Feathered Airstrike got cancelled too early on and Zayed isn't coming in at the right angle, man, ONIC just cleaned house.
That's insane. Like, this is really, really interesting to see how ONIC PH was able to adapt on the fly from game number 1. But game 2, just completely different gameplay here. Dur, you know, he understands that sometimes, you know, it's not about him setting on play. Sometimes you gotta sacrifice for the team here in order to win the game. And multiple times he was able to buy a lot of time for this play.
Yeah, I will say that Kakadu really made that mid game a lot easier for ONIC PH, especially when they were developing, regaining the lead after how hard RSG had pressed them in the early. I mean, look at the hero damage already, right? 353,000 compared to 282,000. Still very much in favor of RSG. So ONIC are making sure that when they deal damage, that damage sticks.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the beauty about having a Paquito, right? But nevertheless, the match MVP for game number 2 here is going to be none other than Nats himself with a 14.36 KDA. The guy that sets up so many play on his V-Tricks and is a force to be reckoned with.
He's really, really deadly here because the only person who could actually touch him was Izanami. Zayed tried, he died. Rippo tried, he died. Both of them tried at the same time, both of them died. So it's insane how this game actually progressed, right? Like, look at the position of Nats. He is so worried about this Feathered Airstrike because it basically two-shots him. So he's got to be very, very careful with his positioning.
Yeah, even here as well, he was able to set like 2 very, very nice combo combos. And every single time Lolius comes in, and
what the heck happened there? Did Dur like go for the I think Dur, he went for the vengeance and that's why he didn't get hit, but it doesn't justify the second person not getting collided on.
I think just as soon as the Tyrant's Rage was animating as well, I think Chovy was actually using his second skill to actually dash out at the same time. So I guess as soon as he hit that, he was actually dashing away. So that's probably why it did not connect. But I agree where you're coming from. So why didn't the
initial hit?
Yeah, which is weird.
Whatever, man. That's just that could be. We gotta look at it frame by frame, but we don't have that sort of time. Overall, I think, you know, the decision making from both sides have been impressive. impeccable. However, the split decision making coming in from ONIC PH, you can definitely see the mentality sort of break from RSG MY, because all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, we found this pick onto Nate. That's great for us as ONIC PH. And then all of a sudden Zayed is like, here, it's a buy one, free one, jumps right in with the punch.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's pretty much ONIC PH here. Yeah, you have to give credit to Shesui, right? He understands that Paquito, even though you're a damage reader, you can be easily caught off guard with those pins. And this was something that I was worried during the drafts here. But nevertheless, ONIC PH, they still pulled in a victory. A win is still a win. 2-0. ONIC PH still keeps their lives and their journey to try and fight their way into the next phase.
The torch is still lit for them as they continue on to the next round, but we have to say goodbye to RSG MY. Okay, frame by frame data.
Thank
There's
you,
no
production.
way.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ney comes in, he flickers forward. Oh, it doesn't hit Chovy.
Oh, what?
What is that? How does that not hit? Okay, here we go. Here we go. So he goes in. Durs uses the vengeance. Durs is going to vengeance, right?
Slow-mo. Thank you, production.
Yeah,
okay.
Kekadu and Chovy are literally almost right on top of each other.
Okay.
Yet Kekadu
What?
is
How did
the one that
Chovy
gets
not get
hit.
died?
He literally stood still and lived because of that. Durs sees this. He goes for the vengeance, times it literally perfectly, manages to still be in the animation to try and hit Ney, and they make it out. What a micro. Oh my god, there's no way we would have seen that without the frame by frame. Thank you so much, production. Holy cow.
You know, I wish they would do something like that for MPL.
Oh, well, they do. It's just that we don't make these kind of demands. Like, nothing like as close as that has happened for a very long time.
This is crazy, considering that technically it should have hit Chovy. At least hit Chovy.
I mean, Chovy got so lucky there. He literally stood still,
like,
looked at what happened, and he should have died, but he didn't. Like, hats off. Unlucky interaction, that's all I could say.
I don't know if ONIC PH realizes this, though.
I feel like
because
Chovy...
I don't think they realized that.
I felt like Chovy felt like he outplayed it. Kekadu, on the other hand, was just like, oh, conveniently just hit me. Right? Like, if it was just slightly to the right, it would have hit both of them. But now, updates on some of the other series that are going on concurrently. It's going to be Alter Ego X taking a 2-0 victory against CU Soon. So, once again, MDL Indonesia coming up strong today.
Yeah, this is well, in Indonesia Day, apparently.
Well, I said it yesterday. I specifically stated that, like, after those matches, I feel like it's going to be Indonesian dominated for tomorrow. And so far, it's looking correct.
Well, so far, this is only the 2 series we've so far. I mean, the 2 set of series we've seen so far. We haven't seen, series, because it's not just only the English broadcast. We've got other games also actually happening across the other broadcasts. But I'm curious to see how the 3rd set is going to be looking like.
The 3rd set is also going to be very interesting too. It's the ongoing one. Okay, it's Red Esports versus Geek Slade.
Okay, still Indonesian dominance. Indonesian dominance.
That's not going to be a good game for Red. It really isn't.
It's not going to be a good game for Malaysia as well.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing the rest of the Malaysian representatives here. Honestly, this is the last Malaysian representative that could get eliminated unless they reverse sweep Geek Slate of all teams. So that's a very high mountain to climb.
Ooh, this is going to be a tough one here. I actually want to see how things are going to be going here, because I don't know are we going to be jumping into this game later on, but I'm curious to see what the next series is going to be like.
The next series that we have at hand, if I can recall it from memory.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're just going to put it on pause for now.
Yeah, I'll eventually get to it. But overall, I'm very happy with the performance that we have been seeing. If I remember correctly, it's Euphoria versus Minana?
Oh yeah, it's Philippines versus Philippines.
Yeah, so that one's a little unfortunate.
You know, it would be nice if like it was Philippines versus Indonesia and it's like Indonesia wins again.
We'll eventually get to that. I know everybody's been waiting for that rivalry to happen, but it's all RNG.
True. But nevertheless, here, we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, to provide us all these chipsets and the core processors for all this mobile phone to give you guys a smooth experience while playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And of course, shout out to our amazing partners as well, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share your epic and love of your gameplay on those phones there.
Yes, please take control of your own fate. Find the best chipset, find a phone that already fits it in, and more importantly, boost yourself up. Get rid of that brain fog. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy Drink. Get that topped up, and if you need all of it, you don't want to be like, I don't want to get this one by one. I want to get it all packaged to me, nicely, conveniently sent off to me. DHL is the courier of choice. And don't forget, you can pay for all of that with the FEBot Dash Cup and win at 5,000 euros. Just go check them out real quick in the link in the description. More importantly, we also have the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB. You can watch it live in Istora, Senayan, Jakarta, and the 21st all the way to the 23rd of July. This is what this whole tournament is building up to, that final moment where we have the tier 1s, the cream of the crops, all coming together, and all you have to do is pay 20,000 rupiah to get your ticket now.
Exactly. Here's the link. All you gotta do is just check it out. Here's 20,000 rupiah, and it is gonna be another international event here all the way in Jakarta. You can meet your favorite teams. You can even potentially meet your favorite talents as well there once again. But who is gonna be there? That's gonna be a little bit of a quiet hush-hush for now.
Don't know who it's gonna be.
I like how he's got this smirk on his face, you know, it's like, oh, we know who's gonna be, yeah.
Look, I gotta go to MSC first, so I'll call you back after that one. Anyways, thank you so much to everybody who's been watching so far, and honestly, you know, this tournament is really ramping up speed. I'm seeing it a lot in social media, people talking about the tournament, how much they enjoy the Swiss format, how some people don't like the Swiss format, other people are like, oh, who's the best region, but then tier 2s getting compared to tier 1s. So many things all happening at once just because of the SPS.
Yeah, but at the same time here, you know, we'd like to hear more of you guys' feedbacks on the community pages as well. You can actually even follow all of the ESL social media pages as well. And type in the comments, what do you guys think about this Swiss format? And let us know as well. You can tag our social medias. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break here before that, as we continue into the next series for today. My name is ICBaby12. Here's Gideon. We'll see you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermisst dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dodo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lalala, lalala, immer wieder repeat, lalala, 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 flieg mit mir auf dem Beat, lalala, 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 als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin, nur mit dir. Lalala, 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 lalala. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht, ganz egal wo. Zusammen sind wir mutig und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lalala, 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 flieg mit dir auf den Beat. Lalala, 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 immer wieder repeat. Lalala, 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 flieg mit mir auf den Beat. Lalala, 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 als ob uns keiner sieht.
And I'm out of the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Tripping out with my girl.
Oh gosh, welcome everybody to the SPS there. Definitely scared a couple of people back in production, but yes, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series here today, brought to you by ESL. My name is Guinea Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2 to get you through this upcoming game between Geek Slate versus Red Esports. Now keep in mind, Geek Slate currently at match point. We're going to be checking out their draft and this elimination game for our very final representative from Malaysia.
Yep, we are going to be jumping very, very quickly as well. Here's a surprise segment for you guys here. We guys keep you guys updated on other set of series for the second series for today. But I'm curious to see as well because did I see a Minotaur pickup coming from Red Esports? That's crazy.
I saw the Minotaur pickup as well. And we also get to see Novario once again played by Geek Slate. So let's see if there's going to be a difference here. Match point for Geek Slate and Red Esports, unfortunately, trying to equalize it against such a top tier team.
Yep, and at the same time, I'm curious to see whether or not Red Esports is going to be able to overcome the odds because as of now, Geek Slate looking pretty feisty as well because we do see a lot of a popularity in the current, I would say all the teams in particular, that Minotaur is starting to kick in this current meta. Yeah. I don't think is it really relevant, but I feel like in terms of taking team fights, Minotaur just brings so much value now after the reworks onto his ultimate especially.
I'm just glad they got rid of the Rage Meter. I thought that was such an annoying mechanic for basically no reason, but now they're, instead of like, oh yeah, I'm going to give you more heal, more sustainability for the rest of the team fight. No, this time they're going to have adaptive defense, and I love the idea that Minotaur kind of bolsters the rest of the team, kind of leading that charge.
Yeah, I want to see how well Minotaur is going to be bringing to the table as well, coming from Red Esports, considering that this is going to be game number 2. We are going to be jumping straight into the game, and as you can see, Red Esports is going to be the red side, and Geek Slate is going to be on the blue side. Now, seeing the Novario here, boy, is pretty aggressive so far.
That's not the only thing that I'm concerned about, right? Because the fact that Minotaur got chosen here, I was expecting to see Geek Slate go for more of a teamfight composition, but their composition is honestly looking for picks, right? I think the only teamfight noteworthy hero is going to be this Minotaur, and it only works well against 1, 2, 3...
almost everyone.
Or, I mean, yeah, technically the knockup's considered a dash as well, right?
Yeah, almost everyone's coming from Red Esports is going to be affected by the King's Calling. So that's something that I think Geek Slate is going to be having a very fun time as well. And we're talking about pick-off composition, right? We've got the Divine Judgment, we've got the Spear as well, which is so much more value. And it makes it a little bit easier for Novario to actually hit those skill shots, especially when you're inside the King's Calling.
Yeah, I like the idea coming out from Geek Slate here, and especially with the leadership of Aloysi. He is the notable Natalia player, and he likes going for those picks. So now he's got an entire team composition dedicated to just that.
Yeah, I want to see how it goes as well. But now, Luke, going to be on the XP lane. He's looking for the hook as well. Aaron and Amal is going to be in position and calling in Kim as well. So Geek Slate, you have to be a little bit more careful. Hook does miss in the sides as well. Hades reviews himself from the sides, but it is going to be a Martyrs we're talking about. So it's going to be very difficult to actually pick him apart. So Red Esports, they will hold on, but the bottom turtle is going to be a priority for now. Middle lane, we do see the Roma scuffling his way through. Aaron going for the out coming in. No vision connected as well. This little bit interesting. Okay, our boy scouts out Kim, but that's pretty much it. Red already in position of full control, but now they're gonna make an attempt here. Here comes the Divine Judgment into the King's Calling. Maul looks for the knocks up on Tree, but even then the turtle will be secured by Geek Slate, and that's gonna be first blood coming from Hades, and double kill as well as he backs out with the additional movement speed buff.
Dang, I can't believe Hades actually won out in that 50-50 retry fight there. It looks like he was going to be like slightly late. Oh, Aaron committing with the flicker as well.
Oh, okay. He gets the kill. He does have a little bit of consolation prize. So Red Esports is not out of it yet, but okay. Kadera with a torn apart memories is with the snipe coming from our boy. Mel still somehow survives with half HP, so that should be all for the aggression coming from both sides.
Yeah, Kadera is a very scary player, especially when he has a lead, right? So just keep that in mind as we go into this particular matchup. And now, at least we got a bit of a taste of what the neutral objectives is like, right? We see that Luke wants to drop down the King's Calling. Mal disengages and opens up a little, buys a little bit of time with the Minoan Fury so that Geek Slate can't completely collapse on Red Esports.
Yep, speaking of the fights here, we can see that Red Esports are still farming their way through on the top side. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Gig Slade is going to try and farm up Kadera for a little bit here. So it is going to be stalemate here until at least 45 seconds before this next turtle, I guess. But Red Esports, even though they have a perfect Minon's rage coming from Mao, it seems like Gig Slade, they still have to respect it.
I mean, it comes down to how they want to play these team fights, right? I think for Red Esports, they wanted that turtle more than actually engaging onto Gig Slade, so it's definitely understandable. Oboloisky
is going to be able to back out for now, but you can see the Astral recalls coming from our boy is starting to actually build up a little bit more of I would say a mental pressure where Red Esports needs to be constantly aware on where our boy may or may not be in terms of those angles, so they need to actually dodge those shots, and even then, they need to be very careful about this fights as well, because they're not dodging the Astral Recall, they need to dodge the Sphere. But however, Turtle now, half HP on his way, Red Esports already in position. Once again, Hades steals it as well, the Minon's Ray connects on one, they take his life, but Hades not missing 2 turtles so far.
Dang, that was such a small margin as well. Both retributions were used at literally the exact same time. Look at the synchronization of both cooldown timers here as it ticks down. Woo.
It's gonna be tough, but now flicker forward, Loisky looking for the Divine Judgment. Doesn't seem to be good enough on Mao. He will get out to safety. Mel could not get that kill at all. So that's gonna be Gig Slade going for the disengage, while Red Esports they're going to be trying to capitalize a little bit more on bottom side. Luke taking a little bit too much damage, and Aaron is going to go for it. Top side. Here comes aggression once again. Red Esports, they pick off Kadera easily with the help of Kim. And it's not over yet. It's just all out brawls here. Invades coming in from Red Esports.
Yeah, Amal even being able to steal away a camp here from Hades, which is extremely ideal because then he's going to hit level 9 off of one more camp, and Hades he's going to be playing catch up for a bit.
Yeah, it is going to be a slow one coming in for, but Red Esports, despite losing game number 1, game number 2, they're playing a little bit more confident here. Look at all this invades coming from Red Esports. They're just taking advantage of everything. They're just shoving their way through. And even the goal advantage, well, they are leading only by 1k net worth, but Gig Slade, they're just respecting this a little bit too much, I guess because it is a composition designed around Novaria.
Yep, it's about getting these picks here. And I think, great call coming in from Gig Slade. They want that mid-tier 1.
Yep, they are going to force fight as well. Aaron looking for the push as well, but here comes King's Calling, but from behind, Mao misses the ultimate, only connects on one. They get the disengage, Hades dropping down pretty low. Can they finish off? They finally get the kill. Mao, he's the back off, and he actually survives. Kadera going for the fight, but the snipes from our boy will be able to secure him from the side. Now they have vision as well. Mao wants to go in for the setup. He will sacrifice his life, and they will trade it off for Mel to scale off his damage. And look at this confidence from Mel. He misses the ultimate. The side step coming from Kadera, and the torn apart memories from Kadera will kill him off.
Oh, and Aboy is just going to start looking for Kim, clearing out bush by bush. Even Beloyski, he sees the opportunity, and now that Kim has been spotted and forced back all the way into the jungle, this mid will fall.
Oh boy, Gig Slade just playing really well as well. Despite the blunders coming in, but the King's Calling seems to be a big problem for Red Esports right now. And every single time they choose a fight, when Mao lands those big non-rage, it seems like they're just struggling here. But at the same time, bottom lane, Aaron, can he get out of safety here? Look, he does have the angles. He just needs that one hook. Nope, King's Calling comes in. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Finally, still gets it anyway. And now they get a buy one, free one. Double kill for Kadera. They want to go for the fight as well. Here comes the stolen King's Calling. It is going to be enough to pick off Kadera. So that's going to be a 1-for-1. Amal looking for the Appraisals. Raph connects into us 2 players. And now Luke in the hot seat. And he's going to be the next to fall. Kim trades him off, but at the same time, Beloyski and Hades is looking to isolate him as well. They need more backup. Mao comes in. Can he give him the additional heal? Here comes a knockup. Keeps him alive for now. And he actually gets out. And Gig Slade, they lose another member. And Red Esports, they hang on for their dear lives.
Adaptive defense comes clutch. He doesn't have the decimate. He doesn't have the decimate though. Hades has to back up here because Emal will out-sustain the raw damage because of the gray health and his passive.
Oh boy, what a clutch coming from Mao at the last tick as well. And Amal, whew, that was really, really nice. However, despite that blood buff coming in, look at the economy. there's not much change coming from both sides. And now Gig, they are going to try and make a play to conceal here. Divine Judgment still holding on, coming from Beloyski here. Aaron forces a play coming from the sides, but looks like he's going to be forced to back out here. The Astro does scout out the rest of Red Esports, so they are going to wait out on those vision game before making another attempt.
They got to do some housekeeping here. Bottom side is going to pile up in favor of Red Esports, I think. No, that's 2 minions to 1, so therefore Geek Slate has priority over bot side. Housekeeping done on top side here, as well as bottom.
Yep, but now Red Esports, it seems like they have to play this a little bit slow, right? Technically, they have to buy time for Mel to actually scale into this game. Like, he's starting to hit hard, but I feel like he's not hitting hard enough at this stage.
I think he's going to get to that point soon, right? Oh.
Yep, speaking of hitting hard here, Beloyski, he's going to get onto his Kim. Kim needs to back out. He's got the Stolen King's Calling. He's saving it to the last minute. He manages to get out. And Geek Slate, they've committed a little bit too much here, but the Lord is going to be up for grabs here. Red Esports, they are in position to fight this as well. Here comes the stop from the Lord. Can they interject here? Appraisal's Ref from Amal is going to drop them down low enough as Luke will be picked away by Mel. Amal dropping down pretty low as well. They still have the snipes coming from our boy.
Just reset it. Just reset it. There's no, just reset it. Look at bot tier 2. It's about to fall here. Like Red Esports, they're trying to hold Geeks like hostage. No, it's unnecessary.
Boy, here comes the Stolen King's Calling. Drops on 2. Geek, they cannot get out. Hades is going to be the next to fall. He tries to Ashura his way into his Lord Pit. Could not walk through the wall. And he will be picked up. And now Appraisal's Ref comes in. Amal steals the Lord away. Secures it. But he is going to be stranded as well. But Mael, with the snipes, drops Kadera down low. Forces Geek Slate to back out.
Oh, Red Esports win out in that situation. After all of that, Aaron's going to heal back off of this wave. And man, oh man. They finally crack open this game. Red Esports are now in the lead.
This is scary. This is very, very scary for Geek Slate here, because this is the first time that Red Esports has pretty much taken a very, very convincing lead, despite looking to be trading off in a lot of very, very awkward fights. But now, with the vision coming from Novaria, the Lord is going to be hammering on the bottom side. Red Esports, they want to try and threaten the inhibitor. It's only the first Lord, though, and Geek Slate, now, can they defend? Yes, they will. They are going to back off, and Red Esports take all the neutral objectives as well.
Wait. Look at Beloyski. Look at Beloyski right now.
Beloyski. Was he gonna go? Oh, he gets taunted as well. No, they don't see him.
They didn't even know he was in there.
They didn't see him. Oh, boy.
That could have been huge. That could have been really big for Beloyski, because Mel, he was walking up into lane as well, into the range of the King's of the Spear of Spear of Glory. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, Red Esports quite a bit of an advantage on their side, even though it's just gold.
Bottom lane, concealed play comes in. Aaron needs to back off, and now he's gonna get pulled in with the Divine Judgment. Here comes the King's Calling coming in from Gate. Can he burst them down? They will eventually, but the rest of Red Esports is here. Mao extends his Minon Rage, connects onto with the King's Calling as well, and they do get it off the back lines. However, Amal is gonna try and stall up our boy as they try and focus down on his Kadera. Kadera still manning up, and he gets 2 kills on his own, and eventually they call in Mel to kill him off, and that's going to be a trade-off, a 3 for 3.
Wow, they're going dead even here. Amal, he's going to heal off of these minions in the meantime, clear out his own jungle. There's still 62 more seconds until the next big objective is going to be played out. So Red Esports now, in this time, they have to figure out when exactly they do their housekeeping to start getting these side waves, well, compiling and compounding.
Yeah, this is worrisome as well, because if you think about how to fight as well, I felt like Red Esports, they got a little bit greedy as well. They knew Gardera was pretty much out of position. They only sent up 2 guys to force the fight, and eventually they lost a little bit too much here. And pay attention to this fighters here, as Geek Slate, they were able to actually start off a very good fight with Aaron, but the moment they understood that, hey, Mao caught 2 very, very big kills here. Look at this, the split fight. The idea was great, but Kadera was able to get too much out of that, despite being out of position.
I mean, he outplayed that. He outplayed him, secured the kill. Eventually, he ended up falling, but again, at least they understand how Red Esports wants to approach their composition, right? They want to split them in 2, and that way, their front line as well as the back line are going to be isolated. So, Slate must keep that in mind, and if they are going to look for anybody to go for the Divine Judgment, they want to consider Mel QT. I would make an argument for Mal as as well, just to kind of pull him away from the rest of his teammates.
Yep, interesting enough, but now with the Divine Judgment coming in, Mao dropping down to his half HP, Minon's not connecting. Luke will be bursted down from the sides, but boy will burst down Mel from afar. Now, Red Esports, they have no choice but to commit to this fight, and they are going to be closing the distance, and Beloyski will be bursted down as well as Gigslade. They lose 4-0, and boy, last man standing, absolutely nothing much he can. Okay, as soon as I say that, he's going to try and do something about this, but Red Esports, you must understand that this is Mao we're talking about. This is a tank with regeneration.
Yep, and he will be able to start regenerating. Just get back into base, man. And Kim, as well as Aaron, are going to be the two who are looking to crack open this inhibitor before the Lord push even starts. This is their benefit for winning out the team fight unpunished. They make their way out of there, and keep in mind that a majority of the members from Geekslade's side do not have their flickers.
Yeah, they really don't. But speaking of which here, Red Esports, it seems like they are in a position where they need to start respecting Boy's damage output, because as of now, Mel... it feels like Mel was in a position where he's just standing still, and Aboy is always, every single time, finds a very easy target on Mel, just because what Mel is trying to snipe, Aboy is trying to snipe him as well. It's going to be a game of snipers.
It's a game of snipers, but Geekslade, their entire composition is designed to allow Aboy to have a 100% hit rate on his skill shots, right? I mean, everybody on the side of Geekslade has some form of CC to kind of either clump people up together or just immobilize them straight up.
Here's a little bit of fun fact. This is what really surprised me here. Despite Luke going for a Tenacity Emblem, I was expecting this Vincent to be a tank build. He actually went Golden Staff just now, which kind of surprises me because he got bursted out right from the get-go. But now, with the collapse coming in, here comes the Lord. They take the inhibitor down middle. They do find out Kadera, and just like that, Red Esports, they hang on for Malaysia, the last Malaysian team left, and they are going to drag this out to game 3. The crystal's going to be exposed, and they do take the crystal in their vicinity. So GG, well played to Red Esports for hanging on.
Solid game here, and you can definitely see that, you know, Mal super comfortable on this Minotaur. It looks like this is what he's been practicing for a decent amount of time. Not afraid to go in front, very different for how he plays his Franco, and he understands he is the linchpin of this composition, because if not, ONIC not ONIC PH, but Geekslade would be holding them down by the cojones because of that King's Calling.
Well, this is going to be interesting as well, but for now, we do have a little bit of insights as well, because that pretty much is game 2 for a little bit of update for you guys on how things are going on in the other series, right? We know for a fact that Geekslade and Red Esports had a little bit of issue where things got a little bit delayed. We give you guys a little bit of updates on how things are going on if you guys are Malaysian fans. And the reason why we're excited to cast this game for you guys is pretty much because we want to see Malaysians do stand.
I don't know, man. My anxiety is right up to my throat. Like, it is hard to breathe thinking about Red Esports or Geekslade. I mean, it's more Geekslade favored, and they were one of my top picks to actually make it and qualify. So I feel like there's no winning here. There's no winning.
You have to be proud for Malaysia, man. Like, Red Esports is fighting, man.
Look, I only know one national anthem. There's no way I'm going to try and betray it, because I do not feel like learning another national anthem. I'm a very lazy person, pre-context, but I do think that, you know, Geekslade wasn't ready for this potential Minotaur. I don't know how exactly the draft order was, because we only got a very short glimpse of it, and it was already concluding up, so... I mean, well played to Red Esports, but it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game. Oh, my shoulders are stiff. Oh, boy.
I feel like the King's Calling coming from Geekslade was very, very useful to actually isolate the rest of the members coming from Red Esports. But what they did not expect, that same King's Calling is being utilized by Kim to take advantage of their mobility. So, likewise can be said, the moment you drop a King's Calling, everyone's there who can actually cast spells doing it. Besides, I would say, Mao, no one else can. So
no, not just Mal. Not just Mal. Aaron, when he is in his Bravest Fighter form with the Raging Slash, because we saw him a couple of times preemptively using it. And he, again, a lot of trust coming in from Aaron to actually do that, because most players would hold it until the last second to create that distance, but he did it early, knowing that he has Raging Slash and it's immune to CC, on top of the fact that his team was collapsing in from the top side.
Agreed. But now let's take a look at the itemizations here, and yeah, I was right. It is a damage Minotaur, which was a little bit iffy for me, because a lot of single times where Luke was in a position, he was immediately bursted down just because of how squishy he was.
I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, Minotaur, he can still cast him in No Fury. And Luke is like, just let me auto-attack and get as many passive procs as I can to sustain as long as I can, man. Just don't deny me the one thing my hero does good.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do so, considering that think about Raiden's composition. We've got a stun. I would say, we've got a knockout coming from Mao. We've got Terrify coming from Kim. We've got Taunt coming from Mao. I don't think the second skill is going to do him any good.
I mean, he could try. It's damage reduction, and damage reduction is always good. That's why they nerfed Lapu Lapu, you know? I do feel that Beloyski, at the end of the day, was making the right call, trying to take out Mao very early on, but unfortunately, right, the composition, as much as you want to pick off on your opponents, if you invest too much into one guy and don't get that kill, man, the clap back is just so much harder.
Yeah, but at the same time, our boy has got the highest damage per minute so far, and it's pretty much a proven statement here that Novaria does do a lot of damage. But in terms of how to utilize Novaria's skill set, it's still in a gray area for now. We haven't seen a very clean Novaria game yet.
It all comes down to just hit your shots, man. Just hit your shots. That's all you gotta do. And, you know, people are sidestepping. People are gonna be like, you can't hit me. Just hit them.
But that's the thing, right? How many of players in the world has a lot of hands-on practice on skill shots? Besides
here, let me count it.
marksman
Izanami
players
and Aboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good, huh?
Yep.
Not
Yeah,
bad,
thank
right?
you. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Great.
Thank you.
I'm a great color caster, by the way.
Looking
At the looking at the draft bans, right? I mean, the first three definitely understandable. It looked like Geek Slate already wanted to posture to make sure that Valentina was a potential option, whether it's for them or their opponents. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure that it started off. I don't know whether it started off with the Valentina because Red Esports is on second pick there. So I'm surprised. I would imagine that Geek Slate were like, you know what? Midstar first pick.
Yeah, I think Mincetar first pick isn't too bad. It's just limits of so much mobility as well. It's such a great flexible flex hero to do with. But Amao, the MVP for the match, 5, 1, and 14 with KDA for him. But itemization as well, still going for the Molten Essence for being clear. No surprises, Demon Slayer for himself. But I'm hoping to see a little more item adaptation here because there has been rebuffs onto the Thunderbolt and the Twilight Armor, but it feels like it's very situational. Yeah.
He's Fredrin. He has more than enough damage. Just him alone, his existence is pain for anybody. Personally, for me, I do think that there's a couple of small interactions that probably caught Geek Slate off guard. Number one is the King's Calling. No. Spear of Glory. Only the tip of it stuns. So if you catch anybody on the way back when you pull back the spear, you only pull them. You're not technically CCing them, which is why Amal, when he got shoved back here, he instantly one-taps Aboy with his ultimate. And that's the thing, right? Just keep in mind, you cannot get away with this.
Yeah, this is just really, really unfortunate as well. And I think I say where you're coming from. I think it's prior to this fight as well, but this one was a very, very interesting interaction where Red Esports, they're getting a little bit greedy. It was a very nice outplay coming from Kadera, but like I said, you know, it kept them held on for a little bit, but eventually they needed more than just that because as of now, they don't really have a very, very strong frontliner. And like I said as well, Luke, every single time he commits to this fight, Red Esports just immediately identifies that, hey, this is not a tank Vincenzor, let's just kill him and treat skills. And that's exactly what happens every single time if you think about it.
Exactly. That's why Mel literally stood still, started auto-attacking, right? And I don't think Luke was ready for that. He went for the Spear of Glory, expecting Mel to preemptively flicker away.
Yeah, and which is unfortunate. This just like that, they just, you know, potentially lost the chance at actually going into its the full series.
Okay,
itself,
maybe you're doubting Geek Slate here, right?
Yeah,
the last
I've got it down there because you know, Redis was the last Malaysian team left.
Yeah, but Geek Slate's like one of my #1 picks for coming into the next qualification stage. Come on,
so
man.
So prediction on national pride. You gotta plead the fifth, man. Plead the fifth.
I mean, it can't be too difficult to learn the Indonesian national anthem, right? It's not that far away from BM. It can't be that hard, right? You know what? I'll take it a step further. What's the PH national anthem? Because I have that much faith in Beloyski. You know what? I take that back. I do quite like Kadera as a player, but overall, good game coming in from both sides. Definitely had their highs and lows, but just couldn't close it out in the end. Game number 3, though, I don't know how they're going to actually manage this. Like, how do you draft against it? Maybe not the first pick Mincetar. I personally don't like that.
I actually like it.
I don't.
I like it because it's flexible. You can play XP, you can play roam. Technically not a jungle anymore because of the nerf Molten Essence. But I really like it as a tank Mincetar.
I'm kind of like okay with it. I feel like tank makes sense. I quite like the Golden Staff build because it really catches people off guard if you're not like paying attention.
I feel like if you're winning a 1v1 matchup, Golden Staff would be great. Team fight wise, I don't think it brings that much value.
How much do you want to bet that if when MelQT got caught off by the King's Calling, stood there auto attack, had he just, Mincetar just stood still, auto attacked, or went straight into the Phalanx form, would he have won that 1v1? I guarantee you he wins that.
I disagree.
I guarantee he wins that.
I disagree.
Here's why. First hit, one already applied stack, goes into the Phalanx, 2 hits, instantly procs the passive, is going to stun him, and then with the added on-hit effect, basically wins the 1v1.
Winds of nature. Nothing you can do.
Okay, then can't do anything about that. Can't do anything about that. But since we're going into game 3 and it looks like our producer telling us you guys are too biased towards Malaysian as well as Geek Slate, we're going to have to take you off the air for a little bit. We're going to go on a short break, and don't worry, that game 3 is still going to be broadcasted. We'll see you right after that.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermisst dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht.
And I'm up the beat. When it all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. All day, every day of the week. Getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Do it all day.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. ONIC, Warblade, North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends, starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
You are fencing a cluster.
Is picking.
I didn't cure your pain.
Your team is picking.
See value in the blood of my enemies flow from my
Your team
spear.
is picking.
Tremble before the might of Taurus!
Your team is picking.
3,000 worlds, and not a single worthy foe.
I've been waiting for too
Your
long.
team is banning.
This land is
Your
our
team is
homeland,
banning.
and it will soon be our burial ground. I love the smell of
Your team
gunpowder in the
is
morning.
banning.
Need some stitches? I can
Your
help.
team is banning. Your team
I am
is
the power of light incarnate.
Payback.
Your team is picking.
When the body suffers, the spirit blooms.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
Your team is picking.
No criminal goes unpunished.
team turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed.
なあなあ、早くみんなのとこ行こうぜ。
Slain. Team turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed. destroyed.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Babylon, call the priest. Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a Letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Season 3, brought to you by ESL. Once again, my name is Getting Q. This is going to be Terrence Icy Baby 1-2 to keep you guys company for our very last best of 3. Earlier, you were witnessing Geek Slate up against Red Esports, and of course, Geek Slate, no worries whatsoever with the Saber pick, manages to move on as Red Esports were unable to close out that game.
Yeah, but a little bit unfortunate here for Malaysia's last hope for this entire series here. However, Malaysian fans, don't worry, we still have more Malaysian teams in the next phase. But for this phase, that pretty much does, it's a done and dusted for Malaysian teams. Yeah.
Yep, that pretty much no more representatives for us for this particular segment. However, more teams coming up later. In the meantime, though, let's look at some of the favorites to hopefully qualify for tomorrow here. In this case, Euphoria is going to be that big name. Champions of the SPS Season 2 that happened not too long ago before we got here today. But let's look at the bracket just in case you guys are just tuning in.
Yep, now speaking of the brackets here, it has been a very, very long journey from all the players here. This is the Swiss format, so everybody is going to be fighting for that qualifying spot. And we've only got 4 slots thus far, so whichever team who's got a pretty much a clean 4-0 sweep thus far pretty much guarantees a qualification, and so far GPX is the only team who's done so.
Yep, GPX holds the banner high for the MDL Indonesia, being the first team to qualify. Very good honor for their side, but we've already lost a total of 20 teams already, and only 2 more are going to get eliminated today.
Yep, and as of now, for this next upcoming as well, we are going to be looking at potentially one of these teams that's going to be following GPX into the qualifying round. So this is something that I'm extremely excited to see because, like you said as well, the defending champions from Season 2, Euphoria Esports, is back at it. And guess what? GPX was also part of the roster from Season 2, finishing at the 2nd runner-up place. And for them to actually qualify, it's just got to say that Euphoria Esports might have a very, very high possibility of making true. But standing in their way right now, it's going to be Minana Esports.
Yep, Minana Esports are no slouches at all. But in the meantime, while we are going to be focusing on Euphoria as well as Minana, Aurafire will be taking on Archives Esports to try and get one of those qualification spots early on. And then Bigatron Beta versus TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here, considering that Euphoria Esports still has a very, very long climb. But what really surprised me is that Archives Esports, we haven't seen too much about them, but for them to actually be swinging their way through, looking for that 4-0 victory to actually get the spot, this is going to be interesting for them.
Yeah, well now with a little bit of time, research, and more digging, I've come to the conclusion, well, I'm not come to the conclusion, but I know it's for a fact that Minana Esports and as well as Archives Esports are related to each other, previously playing under the banner of Next Play EVOS in the Philippines itself. Archives Esports was their MDL junior team. Minana Esports was their main roster, the sister team, as Akasidogi has mentioned before. Now, coming into this matchup, it's not going to be easy, of course, for either one, and ideally, you know, considering how we've kind of watched Euphoria kind of grow here at the SPS, I feel we're leaning more towards that way, of course.
For sure.
At the end of the day, only the best move on.
Yep, and speaking of the best here as well, they are currently in a position where they risk being eliminated. So whoever takes series is going to continue their journey tomorrow to try and fight for their final slot. But whoever loses this series is pretty much out of the running for the entire season for SPS, all the way to Jakarta as well.
Yep, but again, they still have one more phase before they get to that point. The LAN event itself is going to be happening much further down the line, and that's after MSC. But in the meantime, this is going to keep us up to date. At the very least, people are getting a bit of a taste of what the patch has kind of offered up on the table.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is going to be another patch coming on very, very soon. Is this
please,
when?
God, no.
I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. But so far, the adaptations here for Novaria, we've seen a lot of Novaria games. We haven't seen very, very high win rates on that hero yet.
But it has been topping the charts in terms of damage off of the 2 times we've seen it played here today. So keep that in mind. High damage may not necessarily get the win rate, but the numbers are definitely there. Let us introduce you today, Euphoria Esports, with Hetz Gods, Veno God, Ryujin God, Shizo God, and Yoshi God.
Yeah, being the defending champions here, they've got a lot of history coming from SPS, being the Filipino pride and taking their wins here. They were able to actually convincingly take down their opponents during the previous season with a 4-0 victory, which was crazy, considering that Euphoria Esports was just so dominant in their entire fight. And speaking of their fights here, I'm genuinely want to see whether or not Veno God has pretty much branched out who his usual jungle plays out of just sticking to Fredrin and Martis.
I'm hoping you're indicating that Alpha might be in this hero pool, because that's what I want to see.
I really want to see a different jungler now. Like, I'm sick of seeing the traditional Hayabusa, the traditional Fredrin versus Martis matchup.
I would have. If you said Hayabusa, I'm like, man, what meta are you looking at? Get me some of that. I'd love to see Assassins come back into the meta way more than it is right now, but I feel it's in a good spot. Let's talk about Minana Esports, because we have Ding, Boyet, Goyoung, Shibel, and as well as Bruce Cutter.
Now, for Minana Esports, we haven't seen too much of them as well. You talked about how, when it comes to Philippine teams, right, they do have somewhat of a resemblance in terms of play styles, but I feel like when it comes to Minana Esports, because they've played so much in their respective region, they do have a little bit of basic understanding on how the macro aspect of the games pretty much tackle. Timings is a little bit different. The micro-wise is going to be a little bit unique as well, because we have seen some regions such as Indonesia. So far, all the games today in particular has been very micro-oriented, but when it comes to the macro aspects, they do love setting up plays. And so far, I feel like Minana Esports loves baiting people in very, very awkward positions and then try and punish them.
I think, I mean, that it really comes down to the draft, right? And, you know, the big setups are going to be done by Venogod and as well as Boyet. I mean, we can already see that it is quite different. I would have expected, because, you know, they're from the region of the Philippines, that Lancelot probably would have taken the spot of Paquito. But it's good to see that Boyet is kind of expanding out of there, right? We're seeing the Paquito, we're seeing Ling, as well as the Fredrin, Venogod, Fredrin, the Lancelot, and the Bane.
Yeah, this is interesting that when you talk about the Bane here, there has been a lot of like minor buffs here and there, slowly, surely, but we haven't seen it be implemented in the current meta, and it's interesting to see that Bane is in a role where it can be flexed in multiple positions. But is it viable though? You can play in XP, you can play in jungle, you can play even as a mid lane to a certain degree as a mage Bane once upon a time.
And I think this still is relevant. However, it's really about understanding the matchups, right? You know, generally in the jungle, you're not fighting anybody. You're trying to just be a combo starter for the rest of your team. And so far, the 2 times that we have actually seen Bane hasn't been able to get like a strong win, like a really convincing win just yet.
Now, speaking of all the insights we've given you so far, what about you guys at home? What do you guys think about this upcoming match? Who do you guys think is going to win? Cast your votes in the Twitch chat here with Snapdragon match predictions, and let us know who do you guys think is going to come out of the match here. But, of course, predictions-wise, let's talk about ours here, because as of now, right from the get-go, we're going to be biased a little bit here. Defending champions, we are going to lean on Euphoria for this.
Oh, for sure. We've seen this team grow from what's used to be younglings, you know, they'll drop 1 or 2 games here and there. Didn't make it much of a difference, but they were setting themselves up for greatness. Oh, boy. I'm really hoping that Euphoria is able to take this away, but I know for a fact that Minana is not just going to let them walk over them.
True. Especially when it's the elimination match, right? And so far, every single series we've seen thus far in this past 4 days has been very, very intense, because nobody wants to lose a single game. And if you're talking about round robins here, you have second lives, yada yada, blah blah blah. But when it comes to the Swiss format, it's interesting because you have to win your games, you have to show your strategies, but if you lose, means you're out. So I really like that this is actually putting so much pressure on every single team, and even our MPL Malaysian teams, Red as well as RSG, look at them, they were struggling as well, and you can't say they're not trying. They had to try go all out.
I mean, even if we look back at the history between, Euphoria, the teams that they had to play to get to this point, that wasn't easy already. Minana, I would argue even harder to a certain degree, especially their loss against some of the big teams that the big names that we have here at SPS. I can only imagine that they are at an equal power level. I think that's the fairest way to put it.
Well, coming from the most dominant region thus far based on M Series championship head-to-head numbers
the
here.
Ecosystem.
Yep. Yeah, fine. Yeah, we're just gonna put it. I like how you do echo here.
It's
nice.
not mine for sure. I'm just stealing it.
That's the thing. Our previously was like breaking the code. Now it's like the ecosystem. When are we gonna see the Langar strategy, man? Are we gonna ever see the Langar title?
Look, I don't want to be that guy to say that it's bad branding to call it the Langar strategy. Like locally, it makes sense. If you say it internationally, out of context, Malaysians are gonna be like, "What are you talking about? Do you want me to get into a car crash?"
That's
like,
thing,
what
right?
do you mean?
We smashed the code, bro. We crashed the code.
Look, I think
we crashed the system.
I think it's too early to say here. We do good in international group stages, but as soon as we're out of those group stages, we just go down the drain so fast.
Okay, enough of Malaysia. Now, let's talk a little bit more in this upcoming match, because as of now, greatness is in our blood. That's Minana's code.
That is
everybody's got a pretty nice tagline so far.
Yeah, they do have a tagline. This is not the same backdrop for Euphoria. They're going to be playing in their rooms this time round. Very plain, very clean, but more importantly, the most comfortable environment for their players.
Hey, sometimes you got to play in your comfort zones. And in this case, it is getting pretty late, so it's understandable why they're in their bedrooms. So we got to forgive them. We've got to give them a little more respect, because the moment they finish game, it's going to be exhausting. They want to pass out straight.
Well, here's the thing, right? I have a conspiracy theory going on. I think that teams that have been winning so far have a lack of a table.
Okay, we're bringing this up right now.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay, just to give you guys a little bit of context on what we had this off discussion. Gideon said that every single team that's won today's games are pretty much on screen, not with gaming chairs.
Not with gaming, not necessarily with gaming chairs, but also a lack of a table here. So teams who had a table were playing at a disadvantage for some reason. I don't know why, but the stats say so, right? Just pull back the stream, count the number of teams that won and how many of them didn't have a table in their backdrop. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there.
I feel like we're just adding more work for the production to actually calculate that.
I don't think, no. I'm not asking for production. I'm talking
There'll
about
be a pretty fun fact, though. There'll
there.
be a pretty good fun fact.
I would feel terrible. I would honestly feel terrible for our poor Obi who has to do that. But Minana Esports going to be playing here this time round. I am pretty sure that's not their logo, but hey, it's nice to imagine that they're on the same level.
Yep, but at the same time, seeing how Euphoria Esports is prioritizing Novari as a first phase tier band, it seems like they are going to open things up a couple here. In this case, Joy is going to be opened up. Arlot is also going to be opened up as well. So Minana Esports, do they go for that Joy first pick, or do they go for something else, like such as the Faramis as well, which is also open up, or maybe even the Valentina?
I think the Valentina is generally going to be the safe one. Faramis is volatile, and going for Joy, there is potential counter picks. It looks like it might be a... Oh, no. Based on what I'm seeing on their phones, it looks like the draft is still going on. It might be an API issue here.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so it's Joy. It's Joy. We're still doing the draft, right?
It's Joy. We can see it off the mini screen, but it feels like based on how good is your English voice winning, recognition for English voices in the characters, because I have in mind on Japanese.
Funny enough, mine is also in Japanese. I don't get to hear the English voice lines very often.
I don't know why. Japanese sounds so good.
It does. The voice actors there, top-notch, very mature industry there. But more importantly, I did see the Fredrin lock-in. I cannot figure out what the second one was because I was distracted. But now it goes
Hold up. Wait. What do you mean by mature?
By me mature because they're good actors and they've been doing it for a long time.
What are you watching, bro?
I'm watching... What do you mean, what am I watching? I'm listening to it. It's a voiceover. They're voiceover artists for a reason. Okay?
Yeah, you mentioned maturity, so I was a little bit, in the gray area for a little bit.
You were in a gray area? It looks... Well, I know what you're going to be doing after this, but Minana Esports... Okay, so it's going to be the Arla as well as the Frederick, right? Minana Esports, they get in the Valentina, obviously, and as well as the carry, seeing the Frederick being the natural counter.
Yeah, but when it comes to the play so far, it feels like they are leading into a little more comfort. Euphoria, they pretty much set up this draft to try and prioritize the Frederick and the Arla. So I'm really surprised they actually let go of the Valentina. So in this case, what are they going to kind of play the counter matchup? Because if they were to bring back into the previous Season 2 matchup, their counter play was pretty much, hey, you take a Valentina, it's okay, I'll bring a Forza. But no, they bring Kadita, and this is interesting because even though we can talk about Kadita being in the mid lane, but based on Season 2's performance on every single team, Kadita has been flexed into as a roamer position.
I would agree with that. I think, you know, utilizing her into the roamer position wasn't very popular, especially in the early days of Season 3, but a couple of teams, especially if you are very mechanically talented, have been abusing it thus far. Euphoria decide to ban out the Natalia. That's rather interesting. They're making a hard read here, but I guess their marksman is going to be immobile. I mean, technically, they still have Claude available, and I think that's something that Minana Esports should look to ban out, other than the Kufra.
I feel like they should be banning off the Digi as a safety net as well, if they really want to work with the Petrify composition. Because they do like to lean on this Petrify combo.
For Euphoria or Minana?
For Euphoria.
For Euphoria? Nah, no. They got Valentina on the side of Minana Esports. They can still technically like grab the
True.
I think in this particular situation, right, Euphoria, as much as they want to go for like a hard lockdown, oh wait, Franco gets banned out. Darn it, I was about to mention it. Minana Esports beat me to the gun.
Okay. Seems like they do pick up the P fix for Euphoria Esports. They are gonna go for a little bit of snipe, but who's gonna be the ones that set up? Because as of now, it feels like if they are gonna try and go in for a hook strategy, right? Like if you pay attention here, Glue is pretty much a great hero to actually disposition a player. Cho is pretty good. No, I'm talking about the bans here. So Glue is pretty much out. Faramis is out. Franco is out. I feel like even Kaja is even out as well. So the only ones left, it's either the Mincitar or maybe even the Saber if they are going for it, but I don't think Euphoria plays Saber, man. Just because Velosky pulls it all.
Just because the man's Filipino doesn't mean he's not with an Indonesian team. Somebody on that team gave him the green light to do so. I don't think Velosky has that kind of authority.
Let me bring it back a little bit more here. Personally, I think Cho.
Personally,
like I think it's either Cho or Mincitar. It's something that Euphoria Esports is leaning on to try and set up for the outcoming from Kadita, but that will pretty much give away too much in a sense where's the magic damage going to come from besides the Kadita? So they need to find a secondary damage dealer who does match magic damage and can also deal with both the Digi as well as the Joy. But in this case, they are bringing the Forza, so that is going to be a roam Kadita.
Yeah. So, any other questions to ask the class?
I was hoping they will go for Edith, but
nah, you're thinking too hard about this. You're thinking way too hard, because I think in Euphoria's position, as much as they want to, counter draft by getting the Mincitar, the Valentina puts them in a really tough spot. I think Minana, great draft on the blue side, getting the Digi as well makes Kadita a lot less effective, but it doesn't change the damage output though. So as long as they don't walk up too close and they have a safe way of checking these bushes, they should be okay.
Yep, Minana Esports definitely bringing in a little bit of an interesting strategy as well, bringing in a double mage composition, and mirroring them is going to be Euphoria Esports. Not every single time we do see teams play a very interesting mirror matchup, considering that it is very tank-oriented meta in the current patch. But I'm excited to see how this is going to go, especially coming from Minana Esports, because personally, I feel like the drafts is favoring them here. But execution is going to be in order, but for now, it seems like it is going to be a Joy jungle coming in from Minana, and with Minana being on the blue side and we have Euphoria on the red side.
Yeah, I've been very curious about why the Esmeralda was picked, and it looks like the jungle is going to be the Joy this time around, and they got to make sure that they keep up to pace with Euphoria this time around. Where are they going to attack on the map? It looks like Euphoria are going to go with the support in the mid lane to hit level 2, and then the dedicated mage to hit level 2 off of the EXP before rotating back.
Now, this is where things get a little bit weird out, because I feel like with the Esmeralda pickup, Euphoria Esports doesn't have a lot to actually deal with this Esmeralda. Because if you think about it, you know, we talked about Dirov, great matchup, but I don't think Euphoria Esports has the toolkit to actually punish this Esmeralda in the Legendary game.
I think that Esmeralda doesn't scale as good as she used to, right? I still think that she is going to need 6 items before she feels relevant. Oh, that's not gonna die here, right? Okay, he's fine. He's fine.
Well, they are gonna try and pull him out for now, because as of now, as long as Headscott comes in, it is gonna give Ding a little bit more value with this Avarice. So I guess this is the best that Minana is gonna be asking for, especially on this healing.
Yeah, Headscott, as much as he wants to save this, I think he needs the recall here for sure.
Oh, they force a flicker. Beautiful stuff coming from Euphoria Esports, but Shizo is still in a little bit of a kill threshold. But bottom lane, they do see a little bit of side steps here. Very, very flashy moves coming from Headscott.
Oh, that's really, really good here. He did miss out on a minion, so he didn't hit level 4 on time, on tempo, but it doesn't matter. The fact is, he was very diveable there. Good outplay, good outplay.
Very nicely done there, coming from Euphoria. But at the same time, only Yoshi almost down to its ultimate as well. He is going to be needed to use it in this upcoming turtle fight. You can see Euphoria, they're already set up as well. Like what can be said from Ding. Venogod trying to get aggression, but he is going to get stalled back. But here comes the punish. Are they going to follow up? Goyang is going to be there. He is going to have the ultimate as well. He's going to be saving it. Finally pops it off, but Headscott, they have to back up. But no, Ryujin God will be able to punish this alongside with the taunts coming from Venogod. Beautiful stuff from Euphoria.
And look at the convergence, right? Venogod, he was purposely just hovering around the turtle to ensure that he has more gray health and tries to delay his abilities so he doesn't get the regeneration. And now converting into a bigger lead, a 2-level lead, in a matter of fact, against Boyette.
Yep, and even with the orange buff stolen as well, you can see Euphoria Esports, they are going to get a little bit more value. Top side, here comes the outcoming in. Shibel is going to be backing up. Yoshigov getting pulled back here. Is it going to be able to survive? Unfortunately, they don't get the kill. Minana doesn't have the damage yet. Ryujin God, they want to try and punish this as well. Shibel dropping a little bit too low. Ryujin God going to flicker, and the snipes from Shizo will secure the kill. They sacrifice the Farsa, but Boyette gets a double on top of it.
Don't know how worth it that was. I mean, Ryujin as well as Shizo. I definitely felt like Ryujin was willing to die for it. Shizo, on the other hand, he was already looking kind of low. But if we look at the gold earned and as well as gold lead currently, 1.7k coming in, majority from Venogod and as well as Shizo God. Majority actually in Venogod's favor. I mean, look at it. He's literally 2 levels above this boy.
Well, still a little bit of a worth it trade. It is a consolation for Minana here. But speaking of the fights, Venogod, he's going to try and extend his lead. Look at this. He's a big boy. He's level 7, and Appraiser's route to scare him off. Minana has no choice but to respect him for now, and he's also going to be close to his level 8 as well. And now another attempt from Yoshigod, but not going to be able to transition into anything for now, as Venogod looking to try and extend it. So he actually goes for the retribution. The snipe a little bit too far off. This Diggy is going to be able to back off. Yoshigod finally forces out the time journey coming up on him, but eventually the last hit with the Feather Dash right is going to secure the kill on Yeli.
Yep, really good siege for the side of Euphoria Esports. Unfortunately, for a majority of the members of Minana, there's nothing much they can really do about it, especially since the big spells coming in from Yeli Hayes have been expanded. The Flicker and as well as the Time Journey, and he was trying to be patient with the Time Journey as well.
Now with the turtle going to be exposed as well, down towards half HP. Euphoria trying to get a little bit more aggression. They have the position to do so. Bayard already popping the Joy as well, but no, Venogod secures the turtle. Now the Final Slash comes in. They want to try and punish Boyette, but I don't think Boyette can actually, be caught up at this stage, especially how far ahead this Joy is.
I mean, he's got a powerful... this Joy, you mean, in this case, it's going to be a Fredrin. Joy's trying to catch up as quickly as possible, right? Again, Boyette, it's important for Boyette to power point, can keep up to try and catch up in EXP to Veno, because if not, these neutrals are impossible to take.
True, but now Feather being expended as well. So much damage coming from Ryujin God. Boyet shows himself. He's got the beats. He's gonna try and kill off Ryujin. He does get the kill. YoshiGod tries to save his way, but Boyet knows much better. He's got the mobility in his favor.
Very good spacing coming in from Boyet. Dodges, make sure he has enough distance to not get hit by the Petrify, which is great. Now, let's see, the game is coming into its standstill. Next 63 more seconds until the next neutral objective shows up. And HensGod hasn't developed as much of a lead as his counterparts.
This is different. This is weird to see how Euphoria Esports is getting this kind of lead, despite Minana Esports is just outplaying them on certain degrees. But at the same time, you know, it isn't really an outplay if Venom God is just manning up right now, because as of yet, they need more damage coming from them. But Boyet, he is going to try and make an attempt to zone off Eugene God. He's got the final slash, pulls back, but does he survive? The beast keeps him alive. He is going to be able to get out to safety. Euphoria drops everything, but gets absolutely nothing.
Okay, no big spells other than the Retribution here. It's going to come back up in about 23 more seconds, so honestly not much of a punishment.
Venogod. Oh! Venogod! Man, we thought he was out of position. He's just manning up. We know for a fact that he's got this big boy energy. And guess what? It transcended onto his Goyong's face. But as of now, Euphoria, they will continue their assault here. Boyet forced to check on lanes instead of neutral objectives. So this is going to hurt him a little bit more in terms of getting more resources. But for now, YoshiGod. Conceal Place comes in. He does have the Petrify. He is going to go for it. And they finally catch Boyet once again. And Euphoria Esports just dominating on all fronts right now.
Yep, and Euphoria, they love doing this. They like to kind of stagger their abilities on purpose to give their opponents a false sense of security. And as soon as they walk back up, Euphoria, if they're patient, they will wait an exuberant amount of hours and minutes or seconds, whatever you want, whatever time frame you want to use to get this kill down.
Oh my goodness, look at Venogod, the confidence just walking up in tier 1. There's absolutely nothing Minana can do. It's level 12 as contrast, but now here comes the final stage to try and transcend this. The Feather Astra has been dropped, Time Journey exposed as well. Minana, they get back to safety, but they're just not getting any value here. And it's she's... Well, you know what? Now we know who can play a pretty mean warrior. Shizu can actually play it. Shizu can definitely play it.
That's what he's been doing this whole time between the
Even
SPSs,
the previous season,
right?
Right? Yeah.
Shizu has been landing a lot of good snipes, but I think what's really important for Minana is to make sure that they can stop this bleeding. Like, Euphoria have really taken this lead a little bit far, right? It's a 6k goal lead, they're diving people under their mid-tier ones. Technically, Minana should not be letting this happen.
True. Top side as well. We do see a skirmish coming from Boyet versus Venogod. It seems like Boyet will pay down their praises round, but he doesn't have the mobility. But here comes round 2. YoshiGod going for the plays, and they do punish Boyet once again. Another Petrify catch coming from Yoshi. Ouch.
I mean, Euphoria are just punishing Minana for basically not having tier 1s, right? The freedom of movement on the map.
Yeah, but in this case now, tier 2's also going to be exposed here. Ryujin got another Feather Astra to guarantee themselves for this tier 2. Minana, they just don't have the range to challenge both the Forza as well as this Beatrix as of now.
I mean, it's two problems, right? First of all, Venogod basically unkillable here. He's just too far ahead. He's level 13 compared to level 10 from Boyet. Shizu gets the free hit a lot, mainly because most people can't walk up to the Feathered Airstrike. YoshiGod has been farming pretty consistently.
Yep. But at the same time, even though I like the drafts coming from Minana Esports initially, but it feels like they're just not utilizing their tools a little bit better. Or maybe just Euphoria is just so much more better in terms of the drafts.
They just have too much gold, right?
Yeah.
Too much gold, too many items like Venogod, Twilight Armor, right? YoshiGod goes for the Genius Wand on top of everything else. Like, Euphoria are looking to close out this game.
I'm not too sure why Venogod needs the Twilight Armor. I guess it's because of Shibo to a certain degree, but at the same time, for him to have it in 9 minutes a game, I don't think they can even kill him at this point in the game.
Just absolutely crush these inhibitor turrets before the Lord Empowered minions show up. We do see the Ocean Oddity, sorry, the Rough Waves being stolen by Goyo.
Yeah, now the final slash pushes thing outside as well. They force the Ocean Breath coming in from YoshiGod, but the tier 3 still stands. Shizu will look to snipe it here. Minana, are they gonna go block it? Oh, Shizo, he missed his shot. Oh, okay. But he still got the job done. But now with the Lord collapsing on the little turret here, better S-Rank is expanded in Minana. They just can't do anything.
No, they have to give this up here. If they want to force a fight, it's gonna be after the feathered airstrike. There's just no choice. 11k gold lead, like, man, it's really hard to imagine that Euphoria throw this.
I know, right? But now 10 minutes of game, Venogor's level 15 on this Fredrin here, but Yoshi got he's gonna go for the catch, goes for the Ocean Breath. They do bait out the time journey. The rough way is gonna be expended for an absolute nothing, but Euphoria, they're still gonna force a fight as well. Fighter Slash comes in, sweeps into the Feather Dash, right? They do get the pick onto his bow yet, but top side Venogor, they're trying to go for a little bit more, but it seems like they're just farming heroes from Euphoria right now.
Yeah, honestly, there's no reason to be sitting this far up into the base, right? Because you're just clearing the minions, you're allowing Minana to get some kind of currency when all you have to do is just let it push in, force Minana outside of their base, and especially for points of interest like the upcoming Lord in 70 seconds. As soon as Minana Esports walk out of their base, they should die.
But at the same time, seems like they will take the inhibitor for this as well. Final Slash being expended, they force Diggy to actually back off. Meanwhile, Euphoria, they take a little bit too much damage from Yoshi God, but fortunate for him, the passive is going to keep him back alive. Another Feather Airstrike being expended as well, but it seems like Euphoria Esports right now, they're just toying with Nana.
Yep, they're just blowing their battle spells, right? And specifically Yelly Haze. They're targeting him pretty hard. On top of Shibel, I don't know, Ding can only do so much. If you look at his items, he's only just completed his Dominance Ice and is now slowly building into the Oracle, but I think it's already too late.
Yeah, they still definitely need more items than just that, you know, if you think about it. But at the same time, it feels like, I guess the idea from Euphoria Esports is that they want to get kills on towards Yelly to try and minimize those stacks that may potentially transition towards high damage value of bombs, but I don't think Yelly is in a position to actually go full mage as well, if you think about it.
Yeah, just doesn't have that kind of goal. She is always able to 1v1 and get that kill onto the Joy, and this means that this Lord is for free, and Euphoria looking to close out the game.
Yeah, this is going to be a clean one as well. Hunter strike up onto its Shizo as well. Very, very clean game coming from Euphoria Esports. And Nina, remind you here, Gideon, it seems like your trivia is going to be happening here. No table wins games. And speaking of no table win games here, instantly the collapse comes in. They get the pick on Ding. And Euphoria, they're looking to close it out. They don't even need the Lord push here. With the minions shoved in, you can see Shizo already chunking away the crystal down towards half HP. Minana Esports, they clear off the minions, but they've got to throw bodies for this. Boyet, he's got the Feather alive, but at this stage, I don't think it matters as well. Fighter Slash comes in, Feather Slash takes off Yelly. And Euphoria, they're just slowly chipping away. They don't even need the Lord, and you can see the crystal is going to be exposed, and that's going to be Shizu God taking the crystal, and Euphoria Esports takes a clean game one.
Very, very clean game indeed. The boys are comfortable. They don't have a table to hold them back, ending this game with a whopping 11k gold lead against their opponents on Minana Esports. Euphoria now at match point.
Yep, it might be fatigue here, but as of now, Minana Esports one game away from being eliminated. So they do need to buck up a little bit more, while Euphoria Esports, one game to progress to tomorrow.
Exactly. Now, this is some really exciting stuff, right? It's good to see Euphoria playing in this particular fashion, but I think that even for their opponents here, there's a couple of things that they're going to have to address. Number one, it's their draft. Number two is the way that they actually play the early game.
Yeah, I feel like based on this draft, it looks very weird. I liked it personally, but when it came to execution, it feels like they just couldn't do what they wanted to do. It feels like the moment they made one small mistake and gave Venogor that huge lead, it just went out of control completely.
Exactly, and that's how you push a lead, right? That's when you have a Fredrin who is ahead of your opponent and you're up against usually an assassin style. You just walk into his jungle, challenge everybody at the same time, because again, you are that strong in the earlier stages and you have that much of a level lead. We're not even getting to the items at that point.
Exactly. When it comes to Joy as well, personally, I'm not a big fan of a Joy jungle, but at the same time, it feels like it just came down to one mistake. So to give you guys a little bit more context later on here on how things went out, look at how far of a lead that Euphoria Esports was in this game. In particular, 30 minutes game, Venogor is actually max slotted with a Winter Trunkin, as contrast to Bayard, who's only got a Genie's Wand, a Holy Crystal, and a Feather. And the last, I would say, a last hoorah item, which I don't think helps him at all.
Well, I mean, no matter what he does here, I think his role is going to be the hardest because Fredrin is really tough to kind of get through, and I think even for Shizogod, right, the amount of space that Venogod has created for him, and also the fact that Beatrix is great at the sieges, worked hand in hand with Ryujin to basically take down all the turrets by themselves, while Venogod is basically running across the map, doing whatever he wants. Let's not forget that even for Headsgod, participating in these team fights is just him blowing big battle spells. People from Yeli Hayes, Shaibel as well. Even Goyoung had a couple of moments where that final slash really caught him and displaced him into Euphoria.
Yep, and even Yoshi as well, he was just playing so well with this Kanita. Every single time he sends the play, he's very, very patient with those pickoffs as well. And even the damage department as well, Euphoria just completely dumbstringed him, 154k. I was expecting a bigger lead, but it's only about 30 minutes game. So I think this is by far the fastest game we've seen here in today's games in all the series.
Today's games?
I think this is the fastest. I think this is by far the fastest game we've seen so far. Very clean one-sided game, complete dumpster. Euphoria just, you know, very, very alert in this game, despite having a very, very long day.
Yeah, they are playing very, very warm here. Venogod basically closing out this game after one turtle, getting a 2-level lead and eventually turning it into a 3-level lead. The early to mid game basically unplayable for Minana Esports until they managed somehow get into the late. And even then, right, there's just too much of a goal deficit.
Yeah, I think this was one of the first mistakes that Minana kind of made, and Euphoria was just able to capitalize on this one. And this big appraisal's draft coming from Venogod completely turned the tide from Minana, and ever since then, every fight that Minana tried to take, it was too late. Look at this, even here, Venogod is level 10 and just one-shots Goyoung from the get-go.
I thought Goyoung would be able to kind of like get dash away, try to flicker out, but instead he gets taunted in place. And you know, all of these plays coming in from Venogod is just, I'm gonna hold you in place for half a second, let my team kind of do the rest of the work, and then we're done. We move on.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming from Euphoria Esports. Beautiful indeed. The praises draft coming from Venogod has been spot on. And, you know, I'm surprised they haven't nerfed Fredrin yet. I'm sorry to say, Fredrin is really, really strong.
I mean, to be fair, if Fredrin wasn't changed ever so slightly, I don't think we would have seen Veno go for the big one-shot or like hover around the turtle to build up gray health. He just would have walked up, instantly appraises Rat, got the kill, and then back onto the turtle.
Imagine having a praises route without needing those gray bars. That would be broken.
Don't even get me started.
That's a buff for him. So okay, how would you nerf Fredrin?
How would I nerf Fredrin? Reduce his base health. That's all. That's all you need to do. Reduce his base health, change the amount of magic resistance as well as armor from his taunt. I think that's, again, one of the few things that are making him decently good other than his passive, but it's hard to really change that passive.
I get where you're coming from, but I think reducing the base health kind of covers the entire base of his toolkit, correct? And if you think about it here, if you compare this with Glue was pretty much, he has damage reduction. So once you nerf the damage reduction, he becomes a little bit weaker. So I guess the best HP from Fredrin actually makes it so that his appraiser's route doesn't hit as hard, even if you get max value.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, an all-rounded kind of umbrella term to kind of nerf all of his abilities all at once.
If that becomes a problem, wouldn't we see him like, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna build everything Sky got his helmet, like how we did like one-shot Masha.
I mean, that good luck fighting carry. That's all I gotta say, right? If not, why aren't we seeing Glue in the jungle? You know, I can only go so far with this.
True.
Yeah, but in any case here, Euphoria still played a strong game. I think even for Minana, they're probably gonna have to like, you know, wash that game out of their mind. It's just one bad mistake. After that, it's really hard to kind of recover from that sort of damage. And not to mention just the amount of like every single time a battle spell came off of cooldown, you can immediately see the phase shift, you know, the attitude change from Euphoria to be like, okay, let's get a bit aggressive, get a battle spell, and then back off and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, they're very good at baiting our spells as well, which is very nice to watch. But so far, they have been very good in understanding the situation they are at. Like, I really like how Euphoria understands that, hey, this is the position we're in. We are in the lead. What should we do? And they execute it very, very quickly. And it's crazy considering that the moment Venogod says that, hey, I'm stronger than the enemy's jungle, I'm just gonna man up, show some balls, and just destroy you. And that's exactly what he did. And it's something that I think Minana, they have to respect this and say like, hey, you know what? I have to brush this off from game number 1. Game 2, reading the draft, we gotta respect the Fredrin.
They have a pet cat! They have a pet cat! No wonder they're winning, of course! They can't lose with a cute animal.
They have a pet cat?
Yeah, look at him, right in the back on the right side, next to the ladder. Look at him. Oh, sorry, I'm very distracted with cats here. 11 seconds until we get back into the draft.
Like, how do you
think
see that?
I was joking? You think I was pointing at thin air?
Dude, that's literally so small.
It's so adorable.
It's such a small speck of years and you can actually spot that?
I hope that Euphoria are going to like lift that cat up once they win this match.
You're a cat guy, aren't you?
Yes, I am very much.
How many
a cat
cats do you
guy.
have at home?
None. I live in condo, so it's not exactly the most ideal. you know what I'm saying? But with that, Minana, we need to start talking about adaptations, right? I think their draft was already one of their most blaring problems. In-game, it's hard to talk about problems when there's such an overwhelming gold lead. But let's jump into it here. Game number 2, match point for Euphoria Esports on the blue side versus Minana Esports on the red side.
Now, speaking of the drafts here, Euphoria Esports, they don't really want to face off with a lot of mages here. It seems like their priority is still going to be the Novaria, limiting all these options. But that's the thing, right? It is going to open up a lot of S-tier picks. But at the same time, now this final ban coming in from Euphoria Esports, are they going to try and ban out the Eve here?
Yeah, probably, because I mean, they banned out the Valentina.
Triple mages.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they banned out the Valentina. Let's keep this in mind. The draft pattern, especially when you are on the blue side, the question is, do you want Valentina or not? If you're going for a flexible pick, you go for Valentina, because no matter what your opponent looks to counter pick, if it's all based around one particular ult, you can steal it away. Minana Esports are now faced with a dilemma. What do they ban out, the glue or the farmers? You can't have both on the field.
Well, at the same time, they've got the Joy also up for opens here, so this is something that they have to deal with. But because as of now, who do they fight with? Because I like how production is zooming up.
They're very sharp. As soon as somebody's just vibing, they're like, we gotcha.
Yeah, this is gonna be easy game. I'm all warmed up. But speaking of how warm the game was for game 1, it feels like Euphoria Esports, they're getting a little bit overzealous with this bans here, but they do open up a lot of this S-tier picks here. If you think about it, 1-1 being banned off means there is Arlott, there is no more Frederick here, but there is Arlott, there is Joy, there is, like you said, the Faramis as well, but Joy is going to be the safety net for Euphoria Esports, I guess.
Yep, Joy in the EXP lane is the preferred choice because at least you have access to Vengeance rather than having to hold yourself back with a Retribution. Minana Esports made a good choice. Instead of, like, focusing on those meta picks, let's just get rid of one that doesn't really affect the overall draft, and in that case, the standalone is going to be 1-1, right? Because technically here, they can go for the farm is plus glue just to relatively play safe, and Euphoria Esports will have to start thinking about artillery mages and maybe even getting their hands dirty with the Lilia.
I don't think the Lilia... Okay, yeah. I guess the Lilia makes sense considering that most of the mages has been banned off, right? But at the same time, they could still stick with the Khadija once again. If you think about it, the Khadija will make them wonders from game number 1. So I guess that's going to be the case as well. In this case, Farsa, even though it does have that range, quote-unquote range outscale, but if you are popping those feathered airstrike and you are sitting still, this Joy is going to run all over you with this Petrify. And the Khadija can still go... Sorry, not the Vengeance coming from Joy, but you can also set up for a Petrify and just one-shot a Farsa.
Euphoria Esports decide to go for the Joy Lancelot and as well as their marksman in the Beatrix. This is an interesting angle to take, right? Because Minana Esports, they've already shown their Magen as well as EXP laners. So both teams require different roles to be filled. In terms of the overall synergy, I think both sides are relatively scared to pick up, to try and go for a Mincetar pick here.
I don't think they can. Okay,
it's a little tough.
If they pick the Mincetar, that means it is going to be forced into a Roma position for Minana Esports. But they are put in a situation right now is that, do we pick the Martis here as a jungler? Or do we let it through and then just pick up Akito? But no!
Okay. So now Minana Esports, they need some really strong laners here. The Farsa and Arlott to kind of work together with the Natalia. These level 1s are dangerous all the way to pre-level 4. There's still so much kill threat.
Okay, I think Euphoria Esports does have a lot of experience playing with Minana Esports. And if I do remember correctly, Natalia was banned by Euphoria Esports in the first game.
Yep. Within the first phase as well.
Yeah. Respect. All right. I want to see how this go.
Yeah, we're seeing the Kufra ban
Jungle
here.
Natalia.
No,
Or Rome?
I think it's going to be Rome, right? I've never seen Natalia go anywhere else. Euphoria Esports will be banning out the Hayabusa. They want to minimize the mobility overall. And again, Mid-Satara just seems so very good against Euphoria Esports composition, but there's just nowhere to put it. Like, realistically, unless they want to do what Madness Esports did the other
Natalia.
time. Jungle Natalia?
And then go for a... actually, you know what? Jungle Mid-Satara isn't too bad. It's not the greatest, but it's still viable.
Bro, I don't know what pills you've been taking, but you gotta pass me some of that. I want to be
Molten
tripping just as
Essence,
hard.
Molten Essence nerfed with Demon Slayer.
For,
I don't know, you gotta make it work. Like, I've seen Kufra jungles.
Just don't pick it. You can go for other things. It sounds good, but it doesn't necessarily mean the team has to double down on it.
I would really like Paquito jungle coming from Minana if you think about it.
I don't think it's that bad. I think it's generally pretty good, and especially since you already have the Natalia, as soon as you get that first kill, the snowball effect is going to be really tough to stop.
Okay. They do ban off assassins coming from Euphoria Esports, so I guess that Minana does have this habit to actually play for a pickoff potential backlines, but I don't know. I want to see a Saber, but nope, they do bring in the Selena from Euphoria Esports. Oh, double mage again? Really? I think they can. They've got Joy as a very tanky hero. They've got land slot is going to be a tank slot as well, so I wouldn't be... Okay.
Yep. You got to get the Grok. You got to get the Grok. You want to compensate, right? Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing that is beautiful about going for this Selena pick. Yes, she is still susceptible to the Natalia, but at the very least, you don't have to commit your actual body to stop the feathered airstrike. You just do one Abyssal Arrow and pray that one of the members of Minana Esports wants to be the hero to tank it.
Yeah, in this case, well, the Guardian's Barrier does cancel off the feathered airstrike, so I guess this is a pretty interesting way of taking this game in terms of draft for Euphoria Esports. Hopefully they do play it off, but I'm curious to see how Minana Esports bounces back with this Natalia pick as a roaming Natalia.
Well, again, she's going to have to buff up and really supplement anybody who's winning out their lane, but I think this game really is on the shoulders of Ding because he is the big X factor here. He has an ability that nobody really counters from the side of Euphoria Esports, so he's got to be very intelligent with the way that he lanes so he can benefit his team later on in the match.
Now, without further ado, this is going to be the second game here, potentially the elimination match for Minana Esports and the advancement match for Euphoria Esports. Game number 2 is going to be running on the way, and Euphoria Esports doing a very, very convincing job during game number 1. I'm curious to see whether or not Minana Esports are they going to bounce back from game number 2 though. This is going to be the match to watch here for the Philippines matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Euphoria Esports going up against, well, Minana Esports on game number 2.
All right. We kick things off. It looks like it's going to be Euphoria starting on the purple buff side of the map. You see Boyette on the side of Minana Esports also starting on the top side on his orange buff. So they're going to meet each other later on down the line by River Crab and also Lethal Wanderer as well. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, keep your eyes out for this Natalia. Look at her just being an absolute rat.
Oh boy, this is annoying. You know, I feel like having a Natalia just has so much pressure to be playing around because you don't know where he is going to be coming from. Even though you've got this shadow form here, we can see, but that's only if you're nearby the Natalia. But speaking of which, Yoshi God does have a little bit of idea where he is. He is taking a little bit of damage from Go Young, but that should be all for now.
Yeah, but I mean, the vision game isn't going to really help with Natalia, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, as long as you don't let your opponents leave that lane, you can start looking for influences. Now, in the meantime here, this is, if Venogod goes for the invade, this is where it gets really dangerous.
Ooh, boy.
Three men
He's thinking about it, though. He's thinking about it.
He wants to do it. He wants to see whether Boyette's going to show up.
Yeah, Boyette does show up indeed, but immediately Minana, they try and transition in the lane. Yoshi God going to buy a little bit of time to Guardian's Barrier. The minions also going to be blocked off as well, so I guess Minana, they're just hovering around middle lane once again.
Yep, they know for a fact that they're going to fight for this turtle. In the meantime, like Selena, she's going to be, you know, sticking around at level 2 while Yoshi God on this Grok is going to be farming up EXP until he hits level 4 because it's really important that he has this wild charge compared to Selena.
Now, with the turtle going to be exposed as well, Yoshi God still keeping two players at bay is going to be a bit of a situation, but Ben, oh god, gets bursted down here. Beautiful catch coming from Ding. He is going to sacrifice his life, but he takes the jungler, means they secure the turtle for Minana Esports.
Yep, and this means that Boyette is instantly going to start converging by moving his way into what... Oh, he's trying to get play here.
Oh, the heavy spin comes in, but no, they don't have the follow-up to come true. Minana Esports, they are going to be forced to back off. Yeli in a little bit of trouble. Okay, he's fine.
He's fine, but unfortunately, because Boyette wanted to try to go for this play with Feather Airstrike by mid lane, he wasn't able to steal away camps from Euphoria Esports. So, yes, he is technically ahead of Venogod ever so slightly because of that turtle take. Now, Venogod, at least he knows for a fact that, like, alright, I'm not going to be that far behind.
Speaking of this kind of plays here, I feel like Minana... Okay, wall charge comes in. Oh my goodness, the arrow does connect, and they won't get the kill coming from Ryujin. Very flashy play, and now Minana Esports, they want to try and capitalize the situation, but look at Goyoung's position. He is going to be caught out, and here he comes. Here comes Venogod as they will pick him out as well. Ding is going to be caught out in an awkward position. The final snatch a little bit too late, and Euphoria, they just completely destroy them.
Melt them there. And Ryujin, I'm surprised. Ryujin, he goes in, he was able to pick up the rune as well, but the dash was in a very awkward spot, and I thought for sure Minana is going to get this, right? But he still manages.
Yeah, it's crazy now. Headscott is going to try and scale to his XP lane now. Boyette with the solo heavy spin. Not even getting the kill. Shizo will be able to back out. Goyoung wants to try and capitalize this situation. Finally drops it off, and the final take to finish him off. Punishes Shizo for his over-greed.
Yeah, nicely done coming in from Minana, but still, the gold lead isn't that much for Euphoria right now. It's very slightly. They're basically dead even at this point, and even when we start looking at the laners, right, who actually has an advantage here? Because Yoshigot is currently at level 5 in comparison to Goyoung, who's at currently level 6.
Now, speaking of this fight here, like Minana prioritizing in turtle here, I'm a little bit more curious about who Yeli should be targeting right now, because as of now, he hasn't been able to find the right target, but they do force out the beats for now. Hits, making the fighter here, the arrow comes in, Venogod still secures the turtle.
Who was late on this retribution? I'm looking at both of the cooldowns, trying to figure out which one ticks down first. Fortunately, it's at the same time, but Boyette, he's so very low. So very low, but not enough follow-up from the rest of the team. Two of their members are still back in their lanes.
Yeah, Euphoria still playing it safe. Minana as well. They are also in a position where all they gotta do is drag this out into the later stage of the game. This is where I think when it comes to the territory-wise, Yeli, once he has like 2 or 3 more damage items, this is where I feel like Natalia can actually threaten the backlines of Euphoria, especially Selena.
Well, honestly, I haven't seen Yeli Hayes really make too much of a dent in Euphoria Esports right now, right? He's just a, walking vision right now.
Yep, I guess so. Now with the arrow coming in, Shybell is going to be taking a little bit too much damage, but he is going to try and capitalize on his passive here. Yoshi taking a little too much damage as well. The full charge comes in, not going to get him out. So that's going to be an easy pick coming from Minana. While Venogod is going to trade the tier 1 down middle. So I would say macro-wise, it is still favoring towards Euphoria Esports.
Was it really necessary to look for the execute there from Yeli Hayes? I think he could have just waited and Goyoung would have gotten it regardless. Euphoria, though, despite everything that has happened, despite the kills falling into the hands of Minana, they were able to crack open mid-tier 1 as well as bottom tier 1. So they're playing the map extremely well.
Yeah, this is very, very important for them, because the moment they open up the map, it allows Headscott so much opportunities to dive the back lines in these upcoming fights. And with the Vengeance in play, it's going to be very difficult for Minana to actually punish this here. But speaking of the arrow, wait, what? That didn't connect? Okay.
It looked like it, but no, it didn't. It didn't. Lucky for Shybell, though.
Now look at Headscott. He's all the way through from tier 2 rotation as well. And now with the wall blocks coming in, it does separate the players from Minana Esports. But this tier 1 will eventually fall.
Yep, they know for a fact that they're going to be sitting here for a while. Oh, Boyette!
Oh, heavy spin comes in. Ryujin backs off as well. And here comes Yoshigat. He is going to try and delay the inevitable, but the arrow doesn't connect. But they finally still take down the tier 1. And guess what? They also take the purple buff off Minana Esports side with Venogod solo taking it.
Exactly. Like Venogod, like Minana Esports were expecting Venogod to take this turtle, but Euphoria, again, really good call. Just delay the siege. You don't necessarily have to get the turret. And in the meantime, they just take everything away from Minana Esports' jungle.
Yeah, this is insane. But now, Minana Esports, they have no choice but to respond by sending Yeli onto his bottom lane. But now the final stage comes in. They want to finish off YoshiGod, but they just can't. They really just can't, apparently.
Yep, Minana Esports here. Again, I don't know how Yeli Hayes is going to participate in the majority of these fights, right? He doesn't have enough damage to look for the big one-shots on the squishier targets. Even if he does, he has to be hyper aware of where YoshiGod is, because one single wall charge could really change that game.
Well, on top of that, there's just random traps that may or may not be everywhere here, especially with that. But now, speaking of which here, they do force a fight, but it's going to be battle spells. It's going to be disengaged from Minana. But I feel like the traps is just also an annoying factor coming from Yeli, if you think about it. Like, with the Selena traps, you can't exactly walk in the right bush without being scouted.
I mean, of course, it just means you're eliminating the possibilities of where he's at, and at least they also make sure that Ryujin is in a position where you can still affect the map and be in the right place. Whoa!
What is this split fight here? Yeli gets scouted out as well by Joy, and he actually gets out with Headsguard. And meanwhile, Ding completely bullied out. Boyet also losing out purple buff control once again as Euphoria. They're just slowly picking up everyone from Minana Esports. Like, it's 5.8k lead. Tier 2s are down for middle lane. Tier 2s are down for top lane. The entire map control is completely swinging towards Euphoria's favor right now.
If I typed into ChatGPT, make me the greatest MLBB just rotational situation, what should it look like, they would probably show up this game from Euphoria Esports, because the way that they are maximizing their time is impeccable, right? Look at it. Nobody is like just walking around aimlessly. Everybody has a purpose, and they're willing to sacrifice. Like, this is a beautiful, like, almost chess move. Yeah, take the top tier 1. Literally don't care about it.
I guess this is by far the most efficient way to close out the game, if that's what you're trying to explain as well. And based on what I'm seeing as well, Headsguard, look at this. He's going to get caught out. He's going to try to pop the beats as well. He does threaten Yeli, but eventually he will still take one out and still survive this. And now Shizo is going to be here to help her buddy out and clean out the rest. They do get another one. And while this is actually happening as well, Venogod tries to show his hero moments. Unfortunately, he will be able to back out.
I don't get it. I'm looking at Boyet. He's so far off here. I don't think Headsguard can kill him. Shizo probably has the damage.
Dead. Arrow comes in, connects as well. Ryujin, he knows where he's running from.
No, the coordination for Euphoria. Man, this is such a rough game for Minana Esports. They literally, it's literally just, we just played it a little slow, and Euphoria is like, slow? Not all clumped up in one place? Not watching the entire map?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing a masterclass performance of how SPS Season 2 defending champions look like right now. And this is flawless thus far. And the snipe's coming. Oh, as soon as I say flawless, Shizo, he missed a shot.
Look, there was a bunch of times where I thought the caster curse was real. Like Joy, for an example, about to die when we were just complimenting Euphoria. But now, looking to get this inhibitor without even the help of the Lord itself. These Lord empowered minions just more than enough. Don't tell me they get a second one too.
They might as well. If you think about it, YoshiGod, he's just manning up. Oh my god, Venogod. Oh my goodness. Headsguard!
Why?
Headsguard, he's just manning up. He'll gladly trade his life for a carry here, but at the same time, not sure what YoshiGod was thinking about that.
I do think that if I was in Shaibel's position, I'm giving a deep, dark glare to Boyet. It's like, man, you had to push him back into me and not just away from me. And Boyet's probably looking back at it, it's like, why didn't you kill him? I was going to pin him against the wall.
Well, this is where the blame game begins, I guess.
No, honestly, it's not a blame game. It's just like, if Euphoria wasn't so far ahead and literally hitting every single one of their item power spikes here, like, I mean, they hit the 38k mark and they're like, okay, we're going to fight, right? And they win out the fight. Big whoop. Now they're going to hit the 42k mark next, and that's when they're going to fight Minana Esports. It feels like they can do no wrong if they follow the timings.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? But when it comes to Minana Esports, who did they fall back on here? It feels like Shaibel is pretty much the only win condition. But Shaibo is just struggling to find farm across the map.
Goyong. You gotta believe in Goyong, man. He's gotta somehow bait out every single spell from Euphoria and get a feathered airstrike that changes the game. Poor guy, man. Poor guy.
Yeah, look, yeah, that's a lot of weight on his shoulders, man. It's gonna be tough.
I mean, it's the most frustrating thing to be a level ahead of both Yoshigon and Ryujin, but the problem is that they've been barely in the mid lane half the time.
Yeah, it's tough, considering that they needed this Natalia to open up the map, but so far they just don't have a guy that actually opens the map. And Boyet, if he does that, means he cannot set up for the perfect AV spin. And speaking of perfect AV spin, look at this, immediately baited out. He thought he got the right angle, but Euphoria, it's easily able to just get out of that.
It's tough. It's a really tough game here. There's no real solution to it. Okay, thank goodness that the range is limited, but Yelly Hayes is going to try and pull attention.
Oh no! They know where he is. He's gonna get scouted out as well. Yelly, he doesn't have the damage. He's got a little bit of smoke screen to buy a little bit more time, but eventually Euphoria, they're just destroying him.
I mean, see, we're destroying him. It's a 3v5, 3v4 up top side. Wait, does Ding die? Oh my goodness, he dies from that. Oh no.
Yeah, this is so far ahead. Another trap comes in. Arrow doesn't seem to connect, but at the same time, with the Lord locking in, they can close out the game. Euphoria Esports, they're clearing off the minions, but playing it safe on the bottom lane here. Shizo is going to chip away at an inhibitor with the snipes. Will successfully get it. Meanwhile, Minana Esports, they have to throw bodies for this eventually. They have to eventually. Boyet, he doesn't have his heavy spin yet as well, but Shizo, he's threatening the crystal. He needs to make a play, but he just don't know what to do.
And even Boyet using his retribution on a minion.
Oh my goodness. Now the crystal down to his half HP. They finally show their fangs as well. Heavy spin still being hold on. Final set comes in. They have to throw body for this. Euphoria, they're just dissecting them all bit by bit. Yelly goes down, but the defense looks good. Vanguard. Seems like they don't want to overextend this here. They are going to play this a little bit more safe. Wow, they have Shizo chipping away at the crystal, and eventually the crystal will fall, and that's going to be Euphoria taking a clean 2-0 against Minana Esports.
Holy cow, what a game coming out from Euphoria. They did not make this close whatsoever. Just another day in the office, 2-0ing Minana Esports. These were our champions in Season 2. These were the favorites to take on Tier 1 teams, and they continue their journey as they eliminate their opponents.
GG, well played to Euphoria Esports. However, for Minana, I'm sorry to say, that is it for their journey here for the SPS tournament.
So brutal. Ah, man! Wow! How do you get out of that spot? I mean, I've been trying to crack my brain here. What could have Minana Esports done other than change their draft, right? Because it is what it is. You're already in game. Where can you really correct the mistakes?
I think game 1 was extremely difficult because they're playing something that they're not comfortable with. I feel like double mage compositions are a hit or miss for a lot of teams. In this case, game number 2, I felt like they should have played a little bit more textbook by having I would say a Roman that can open up the bush. So I feel like for them, Minana Esports, they couldn't exactly do that because of the situation they're put in, right? Like, if you think about it, first game, they had a Diggy. Diggy can't exactly face check. Natalia can't exactly face check as well, if you think about it. And so far, it feels like Minana is playing in a situation where they're just not comfortable with this playstyle and this draft composition.
I think for Minana, there's definitely a degree of they had an idea of how to get the laners ahead. It's just the fact that like half the time the series is basically ended off of that very first turtle, right? And I think even for Minana, the early game wasn't exactly the absolute worst for them. They were able to start building up that level lead. It's just that their composition, they kept on grouping up together rather than playing individually, which they probably should have done so that people like Yelly Hayes doesn't have to cover everywhere and continue to focus on the members who get ahead.
Yeah, this is very, very annoying to actually deal with here. But at the same time, GG well played from Euphoria Esports. They played something, they played a textbook game, but at the same time, you know, Vanguard not needing to go for a tank slot, went full damage, was able to threaten the backlines all in all together, and Minana Esports just had no answer to stop this all the way through, because if you think about it as well, they're having so much problems with the Joy and the Landslot at the same time because of all this mobility, and the only person that can stop both of them is either a very perfectly well-placed heavy spin or the perfect smoke screen.
Let me me think about this for half a second. I mean, there is a possibility where we do see Yellyhaze actually finding the smoke screen to cancel out the third dash coming in from Headscud. But even then, there is still a very good possibility that Headscud just walks out of it and goes for the dash regardless. So I don't know. I personally believe that, you know, in Minana Esports, they just weren't as efficient across the map as a whole compared to Euphoria Esports, right? They were abusing as many timings as they could. Either power spikes, every time they saw Minana reveal all of their members on the map, instantly you'd see the timings from Venogod specifically getting an 881 gold per minute by just farming in Boyette's jungle.
Yeah, it's just so smart in terms of macro plays as well. Like, he's able to find opportunities across the map as well. And even in game number 2, the first turtle onwards as well, he was able to steal purple buffs away from this Archive time and time again. And I feel like Minana Esports, they were expecting Euphoria to play textbook, but Euphoria just greened this out and actually got away with it so many times because of the fact that this Natalia can't really do that much. Which is kind of weird, because I was expecting him to actually, you know, threaten the back lines, but they just don't have the tools to do so because of all these random Selena traps.
I don't think so. I think it's definitely how the early game needed to be managed here and really putting a priority on somebody's lane rather than the others, right? You can still be flexible, just like how Headscud basically somehow survived a lot of these engagements with barely any defensive items. Like the last time he got caught by Topside, all he had was a Dominance Ice as well as Vengeance, yet he still powered through and got a kill.
Yeah, this was pretty much a turning point for Minana, right? Like, ever since they got a very nice catch with the arrow here, they pick off Yelly here, and because of this pickoff, everyone from side Minana Esports started to make a little small mistakes as well. I think Farsa also, like, during the Wings by Wings, he was a little bit off the edge and it was put in a position where Euphoria was able to punish him.
I mean, look at this. Oh, look at it. Look at it. Look at it. They're just trying to lock him down, like all the damage. Like Yellyhaze is getting in and out. By the time he jumps in, it's just unlucky that the heavy spin times out. They just don't have that sort of damage, right? Ding can only do so much, but his burst is very limited. Yellyhaze needs his targets to be very low, and Akai naturally doesn't have the levels to actually compete with someone like Headscud, who walked away from the EXP lane basically untouched.
Yeah, and in this fight as well, it's pretty much a very clean game from Euphoria Esports. By far one of the most efficient games, and 2 games in a row, under 15 minutes, they were able to close out 2 games so far, and Euphoria Esports now in a position to potentially qualify as well.
Yep, they're putting themselves in contentions. I'm glad that they continue to grow on, but sorry to say, for Minana Esports, they will be eliminated from the tournament. That is going to be their second loss here as Euphoria moves on.
Yep, GG well played to Euphoria Esports. They are still hanging on as the defending champions here from the previous season. Hopefully they will be able to continue to do so, because as of yet, they still need at least one more game to actually qualify into the next series.
One more game is what it's going to take, but honestly, I think it's going to be more than that.
I think it's more than that as
It's
well.
definitely, I mean, this is
5 more, sorry, 2 more games.
Yes, 2 more games is what they're going to need to kind of compensate for the losses already accumulated. Well, in this case, just 1, but not even plurals, but man, Euphoria, so very efficient. We didn't get to see, you know, I felt like, especially for like last season, Game Lab and as well as Euphoria, kind of smurfing on people.
Yeah.
And it's hard to see them play hyper-focused, and they only got that when they faced up against them the first time Euphoria in Game Lab, and then afterwards the second time during the playoffs in the grand finals itself.
Yeah, that was a very, very long journey during Season 2 as well. Yeah, I agree with what you're talking about as well, but while this is actually happening here, the other streams, we still have an ongoing match, and Aura taking the first 1-0 against Alter Ego.
Aura Fire, honestly, they're looking really, really good. They've been cleaning out their games 2-0, a majority of them. But against Alter Ego X, that's great. It keeps showing that Aura is going to keep on moving forward.
Oh wait, it's Alkai Esports, it's not Alter Ego. For a correction, even though...
Oh, really? It's not Alter Ego X?
It is? It is Alter Ego
X? It's Alter Ego X.
It's Alter Ego, isn't it?
Archives
sorry,
Esports. Thank you, production, for keeping us in the loop,
you know,
here.
That's why, right? It's like the moment I see Aura AE, it's like, oh, okay, it's Alter Ego. Wait a minute. That's not right. That's not right.
I had this exact same problem explaining to the fan in my DMs the other day that we were getting this big miscommunication because we were using very different meanings of certain acronyms, and this one very close to that. But Archive Esports, they had a good showing yesterday, but Aura Fire have been on fire throughout the Swiss rounds continuously. And only one of those teams will be moving on to the next round.
Exactly. They are pretty much undefeated thus far as well, right? Like in this Swiss format, as long as you win 4 games in a row, you're pretty much qualified to the next phase. But if you lose a game, means that you need to win 5 matches in total. So it's pretty brutal. It feels like a double elimination format kind of concept, but like I said as well, you cannot afford to lose a single game at all.
It's the double elimination plus the fact that you're taking away dead games, right? If somebody doesn't qualify, you don't necessarily have to play them. But with that being said, we get to have a chat with our favorite boys here from Euphoria. Let's take it to an interview with Venogod. Hello, Venogod. It's good to see you all over again here in Season 3. How you feeling?
Definitely satisfied after what happened today, but it's still not over yet.
It's going to be tough, right? I can understand the sentiment of being satisfied. You guys had like a clean game, of course. And I want to, start things off, a little bit more calm. Do you guys have a superstition or like a ritual that you guys do before you get into the games? I've been seeing a lot of this going around. Like I saw, if I remember correctly, it was Game Lab who's all hands together, and also one more team. I think it was Alter Ego X that also had something that happens before the games. Do you guys at Euphoria have something similar?
Yes, we have a chant before game after the draft pick. After all heroes have been picked, we do our chant.
What's the
chant?
Is it like a in-house secret, or like are you able to share with us?
Basically, one of us say flare forward, and then all of us yell Euphoria.
Okay,
so
Flare
cool.
forward, Euphoria. That's pretty cool.
That's actually so dope. All right, let's get into the serious stuff here. Now, Venogod, when you were looking at the draft from your opponents there, what was the thought process, right? Because again, you guys banned out Natalia in the very first game, and then in the second game, you decided to kind of let it through on the opposite side. What was going through y'all minds when the draft was happening?
In the second game, we just decided to just ban out the Novaria instead of Natalia. So we just kind of sustained the Natalia in the second game.
Okay. I see. Sustained through the Natalia pain. So that puts you... Where is your opinion on Novaria? Is it like a must-pick, must-ban situation? What are sort of the conditions you're looking for to either play it for yourself or deny it from your opponent?
I think it's a must-ban hero. But if opened, it's a must-pick.
Okay, very interesting.
I
now,
like that.
Final question here, Venogod here. Being the defending champions from the previous season here, and you guys are currently in the situation to be risk eliminated, even though you've advanced forward, you still have more games to come. How's it like over there? Like, is the pressure kicking in here? Is the format affecting you guys? What are your thoughts on this new season?
I don't think we are pressured yet. I think we still confident in our next matches, but I truly think in our next matches we will put our 100% effort in it.
Truly embodying the spirit of Lang Malakas, of course. Absolutely love you, Venogod. Now, final question here. Is there a team that you're looking out specifically that you want to beat before we let you go and say your final words?
Oh, to beat? I don't think anyone... I don't think I can describe one team that we can beat. But we already... Aura Fire won. Aura Fire. We already played against them and they won against us, so that's one. But in our next matches, I think we just play what we play and just don't mind the opponent.
He's too humble. One day I'm gonna crack him. One day I'm gonna get a spicy opinion from Venogod. But yes, with that being said, any final words to all the fans watching here for the Snapdragon Pro Series?
Shout out to all our fans from Euphoria Esports. Shout out to the Euphoria management, Cap Justin, Cap Jared, and shout out to my family and my teammates' family. And thank you for supporting us.
Thank you so much for this interview, Venogod. Always a good time. We'll see you soon and hopefully in the next stage.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, that was a pretty interesting interview. He shot a lot of insights here. I know you like to go into nitty-gritty videos on the hero pools and etc. as well. He gave a lot of insights, but I don't know if other teams are going to capitalize on that.
See, here's the thing. I was wanting to. I wanted
you wanted
to,
him to trash talk, didn't you?
And not really. I
you
know
wanted
he's
him
not,
to be a repo, don't you?
No. I know for a fact that Venogod is a humble guy, right? But
okay.
I definitely think that it's like it's a face that he puts on, right? He's definitely a nice person, but I want to get something spicy out of him. Maybe I'll have to bring up the cat the next time to get more out of him. Sorry, I'm doing my evil hand motions.
Oh boy, but yeah, they did have that moments here. But no, nevertheless, here it is nice to see Euphoria Esports in the interview once again. But I'm extremely excited to see whether or not can they advance in the next phase, because that is something that a lot of us are having in our mind as well, especially for their fans for Euphoria Esports. But for now, they are still alive. There's still 2 more days to go for them to actually advance to the next phase. And a lot is on the line, and especially in the other region here, Aura Fire, 1 more game away to be qualifying alongside with GPX for the next phase.
Yeah, that's going to be, honestly, that would be pretty great to see. Oh, but man, I think I've honestly had quite my fair share. After that game from Euphoria, that was like, mwah, that was so satisfying.
Why is it satisfying?
Have you ever seen power washing videos where they just clean off the sidewalk?
Okay, fair enough.
That's what it was like watching Euphoria play at that level. So clean, barely any mistakes, just no outs for your opponents.
Okay, that's the thing, right? It just shows you how they have so much more experience from the rest of it as well. But another series that is going to be our series as well. Guess what? Bigatron Beta is currently tied with TNC for the elimination match, and it is going to be very, very spicy as well. I'm curious to see whether or not are we going to catch a glimpse on those matches later on.
Look, this is what I'm telling you here. A lot of these tier 2 teams especially in the MDL Indonesia, because of the early inception of the MDL in Indonesia, these teams had a lot of times to kind of mature, sift through a lot of talents to find some that had a lot of potential. And BTR Beta, it looks like they might have struggled if they're able to win that series.
I think this is the perfect opportunity to actually learn from each other's region, if you think about it as well. But without further ado, I know you guys want to see more games to come, because we are going to be jumping into another game, and that is going to be Aura Fire going up against their opponents here. This is going to be Archives Esports on the screen, and this is going to be the second game as we talk through how the games are going to continue.
All right, let's see how this is going to go here. 15 minutes into the game. Well, I don't think anything's going to happen except maybe mid-tier 1 falls, but let's look at the draft so far, because I'm seeing Kaizen on a Julian, Spider Miles, on the Minotaur.
Now, I'm curious to see how this actually got into the stage as well, because both teams currently in a situation where if they take a game right here, right now, they will be qualifying. So I feel like Aura Fire is having their backs against the wall despite Archives Esports taking this huge lead, and I don't think they should be in this position at all based on this draft, if you think about it.
I don't know about that. I feel like neutral objectives are pretty easy for Archives Esports, especially if they want to ban out a fight, right? Because at the end of the day, this carry is going to be pretty short-ranged, and Minotaur
Hold up.
covers a lot.
Is that an XP Fredrin instead of a jungle Fredrin?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty normal. It's pretty normal to flex it around. I mean, you got the Julian jungle, and oh yeah, this is Archives. That's why. Oh man, my brain farted.
Yeah, Archive Esports now in a very, very interesting situation where they are going to be trying to dominate with this Julian jungle. But speaking of Julian jungle, Lance, he's going to get caught up with this final slash. He goes in for a counter play. He is going to get bursted down. And just like that, Aura Fire, they were able to bite back here. This is going to buy a little bit more time for Kabuki to scale back a little bit more. But eventually, Archives Esports, they're taking advantage of a very tanky composition. They still have immortalities. They still have all these tanky compositions. But technically, the ones that can actually kill them all is pretty much Kabuki.
Yep, the majority of the damage dealt will be from Kabuki as well. And I think, Reza, as much as he wants to be able to be the majority damage dealer, I don't think Archives is going to let him feather air strike for free.
Now, speaking of the itemizations as well, hold that thought for now. We do see a burst fight as well. They do try and catch off Kaizen all the way to the back line. They have to back off. Sumpuk tries to snipe away, but eventually objectives is going to be the key here. But it seems like they have to disengage, and Van will be heading down bottom to potentially shove the lane, but no, they're actually freezing the lane. They don't really want to give Archives Esports those opportunity to do so, especially with 14 seconds left on the sidelines. For the Lord Pit, I guess they are going to try and make a play eventually from Archives?
There's a good possibility. I did just see Kabuki purchase Rapid Boots. He's going to eventually switch that out once the fight starts to get really, really heated there. Sumpak is going to reel himself down on bot side to get a slow push, but this Lord is gone.
Oh my goodness, this is too greedy coming from Archives Esports to make the play. Aura Fire, however, needs to actually back off. They've got immortality. They're playing it safe. And 18 minutes of the game, I guess they're playing textbook now.
Extremely textbook, as a matter of fact. I don't know what happened early on into the game. I would only assume that Aura Fire had a bit of a lead until Archives was able to equalize it.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case. But at the same time, the biggest threat coming from Aura Fire has got to be Kabuki right now. He's got the orange buff available. He can actually just completely shut down all these tanky compositions unless Archives Esports gets like the perfect 5-man Minon's Rage coming in, or maybe even a 5-man taunt. But now Lord JM is going to try and set up a play with the taunts, but the Lord is going to be chipping away an inhibitor. Meanwhile, Aura Fire is still looking for the final slash. Not going to be connected though.
No, unfortunately not. And look at Lacey. He decided to go for the final slash here. He is aware that he can make a big play in tandem with Spider Miles, assuming that Aura Fire tried to disengage in the same direction.
Yeah, but now it comes down to the baiting game here. Archives Esports, they need to get out of this trap here because Aura Fire, they just got so much map control. I don't think they should engage at all. They should just play this safely. And I don't think Archives Esports, I don't think Aura Fire can do anything about it unless they go for the high final slash, which unfortunately whiffs the mark here. They force the chip to the rate. They have to back off. While Levy will need to get out. Better Airstrike will scare them off. But look at the burst coming in now with the 4-man knockup coming in. He tries to go in for the extension and they pick off Kabuki as Archives Esports will be able to punish the marksman.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. The third knockup knocked him up so far. And there was the perfect opening for Supak to get the snipe. That's really, really unfortunate here. Van is going to try and buy as much time as humanly possible here on this landslide. He's a slippery snake here as the rest of Aura Fire will be cleaning up their lanes. Luckily, Kabuki will be back for this upcoming Lord fight in 20 seconds. Lord spawning in 50.
Now this is crazy coming from Archives Esports. They were able to find a very, very small window to actually shut him down. And Supak, despite all this chaos, he was able to find a very nice angle to snipe that. But meanwhile, I feel like right now, Aura Fire, their win condition is to make sure that Kabuki is alive. And so far, the final slash coming from high has whiffed twice now. And this is actually forcing Archives Esports to actually commit to this fight, knowing that there's nothing Aura Fire can actually do after this final slash whiffs.
Here's the thing, right? When you are at this stage of the game, one death could cost you the entire series. And I think especially for High, he did not want to use his flicker to guarantee the hit and not get some kind of profit. It's still kind of up in the air, even if you do get a good setup. So High, he's got to be careful, and when he walks up, he might have to commit everything.
Yeah, in this case, Spider Mouse is in a position to actually try and challenge the back lines. He does not have the flicker yet, though, so he needs to actually buy a little bit more time before that actually happens. Meanwhile, Aura Fire still at the stalemate. The lane's not going to be shoved down to the bottom lane, but they do have those towers inhibitors in their favor for now. Archives Esports looking for the flank, maybe. But guess what, Kaizen? He's going to get scouted out of bottom lane. So that's going to be the jungler down from Archives Esports. This Lord is going to be pretty much guaranteed in the hands of Aura Fire now.
Nice. Kaizen on that side of the map accidentally walks into Kabuki, loses his life straight away because Kabuki has support and he doesn't. That snipe not even remotely close here, especially if Vaughn has his retribution available.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to pull it off, but, you know, sometimes miracles do happen. You gotta take a risk, but Final Slash comes in, pulls Lord JM away. They do get the stun in, but no follow-up through. They are going to be respecting this coming from Aura Fire, while Archives Esports, they still have Spider Miles, and in this case, the Minon's Rage can completely turn things around for Archives' favor.
Yeah, I do hope that they eventually show the item list right now. I'm curious to see who the support actually is. Is it Palevi or is it High? I'm going to assume that it's High here, considering that Lapu Lapu. Then again, I could be entirely wrong.
Yeah, it's going to be High for sure. But at the same time, High. Maybe a little bit more. They do send up Van towards the back lines. Bottom lane, Inhibitor still stands. Archive Esports still holds on despite the last tick of health. They do not have the Beatrix to chip away, but the Lord will slowly liquidate the top side. Van creates a big distraction, but here comes the feathered airstrike coming from Aura Fire to zone him up. Logic gets 2-man taunt. They are going for the 4-man Minon's Rage, but they don't have the damage to burst through. They dodge Sumpak's burst, and now they need to back off. Kabuki running for his dear lives, and look at this, Lord GM. They are going to try and catch him all the way through, and they will be able to disengage. And Archives Esports, they're still looking for more. They're running back away and high now. He is going to be the sacrificial lamb. He does have the immortality. No, he does not. He will die. He actually sold it off. He actually sold off his immortality so that he can save it for a later fight.
That's actually a pretty good decision. It's a really good decision, in a matter of fact. I mean, look at the timing when the Lord is going to spawn. 80 seconds compared to his death timer at 46. He knew he didn't want to waste it as a resource, and plus, you're so deep, 23 gold.
Dude, that's just next level play. Like, normally I would just kept it on, I would just die, so okay, I'll buy a Winter Trunket next, but he actually sold it off to save it for a later fight. That's big brain.
I respect it a lot. I respect it a lot. However, I will say that Kabuki, he is taking a lot of punishment. Like, I'm surprised he walked out of there with the HP that he had.
Crazy indeed. But Archives Esports, they still hang on, and once again, once they chip away at Kabuki, that's pretty much their win condition, and so far high, it's 5 seconds back. They still have the main course. Feather Airstrike is going to be pushing up the middle lanes, and now they are going to be forced to back off for now. Spinal Mills doesn't have his first skill, but he still has his Minon's Rage, and Archives Esports now currently still in a position to chip away, but no, we are going to be taking a little bit of a...
Just refreshing. Just
okay,
refreshing. You know, we got to make sure we're up to date with what happened. And it looks like the Inhibitor finally fell down on bottom side because of Sumpak's natural range. But in about 17 seconds, this is where we're going to see all hell break loose. So Archives got to get to the housekeeping now rather than getting punished by it later.
Yeah, this is the big match indeed here. The itemization is coming in the wrong timing because the fight is about to break down. They are going to try and force Spider-Man out of position. They want to try and burst him down. Minosri came in a little bit late. He will lose his life. No follow-up through. They also pick Hazen on the side. Sumpak finally buries his Fang, but Aura Fire, they take 2 for nothing. And this is the go time for them. Do they take the Lord or do they close out the game? But knowing that Sumpak is still alive, I guess playing it safe is going to be the way to go, focusing on the Lord.
Yep, beautifully done for the side of Aura Fire, right? They managed to make sure that Reza was going to be untouched, didn't reveal Reza so that Valentina could steal the Feathered Airstrike, and in the meantime, they were just punishing that front line. You're too far forward, let's go and push him back, and that's what High is capable of doing with this final slash.
Now, top side as well, they're trying to trade up by Sumpak. It's going to be caught out of position. They send in Lance to keep him alive. Immortality will give him a second life, but does he have the life to do so? He's going to be able to dodge his way through. He needs to back off because the rest of Aura Fire is going to be knocking the base. This is too late. They will get the recall in, but do they have the damage clear off the minions as well? Here comes the rockets coming from Sumpa. They clear off the minions, but the crystal down towards the 20% health. Feather Airstrike scares off Scuba. He needs to get the reset, but they do trade off Van for now, and Sumpak's still dropping his AoE, but it's too late because Aura Fire takes the crystal. They take the 2-0, and they will be your next team to advance into the challenge finals.
Oh yes, we have our second team that qualifies. A little unfortunate for Archive, but man, they tried their absolute best. Their composition was designed to teamfight, but unfortunately Aura Fire just a little bit sharper.
Aura Fire just playing crazily as well, but what really surprised me was that him selling off his immortality and buying it off. I don't see that very often, but you know, he's setting up for a bigger picture, and that's really nice.
Not to mention that, you know, High was playing Arlott as a support. You don't get to see that often as well. You would imagine that he doesn't have this kind of money after investing so much in a bunch of 8 pictures, but man, he profited big time.
Yeah, he definitely did indeed. But well done towards Aura Fire. The second team to qualify into the next phase here. The only other team who's done a 4-0 thus far. Now, we are going to be looking for the final 2 teams here over this next few days.
And that's going to be really important because the majority of the teams are not walking away with that perfect score anymore. It's either been tarnished, and now you got to start grinding back up in these next couple of days. Hopefully, we get to see some kind of adaptation in the meta so far, because especially for some of the top teams that we've seen make it pretty much this deep into the tournament, A lot of Minotaur, a lot of Sabers. Surprisingly, more than I would have liked to see.
Hey, I'm a big Minotaur fan. My first hero towards this game in the introduction for Mobile Legends was just spamming Minotaur. I'm glad that it's back now, but I don't know. I feel weird about this.
What do you mean you feel weird about this? That he doesn't have the rage meter?
Yeah.
Would you prefer to have picked up Saber as your first hero?
No.
That's what I thought.
Absolutely not.
That's
not
what I
Saber.
thought. We can all agree upon that Saber is still in a bit of an awkward spot.
True. I agree. But nevertheless, that was a pretty interesting game to watch. But I feel like I wasn't expecting that kind of a high skill game.
What do you mean? These are the two teams that were going on with an untarnished score.
No, that's the thing. I wasn't expecting it after all the games we've seen so far.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, just based on today, because you must understand, today is my first day on my job. After 4 days today.
Yeah, you only came into the middle of it, huh?
Yeah, so I was like, okay, this, like, I'm a little bit disappointed. I wanted more games like that, but at the same time, damn, Aura Fire's popping off real good.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking good. Towards the end of their regular season in MPL ID, there was definitely moments of like, yeah, actually maybe there's actually a lot of good things going on with this team. It's just not coming together just yet. And now here's where we see them in a much better position.
Yeah, this is something that I think most of the MPO teams is got to be setting up the mindsets, right? Like, some are preparing for MSC, some are preparing for M5. So in this case, this is a very good journey for them to potentially scout out players, maybe even prepare for the next season of MPLs for each other region. And I feel like this is the best platform for every of these teams to actually kind of experience what's it like to compete with other regions. And so far, we haven't had a lot of tournaments that are given these kind of opportunities, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's fair. But also, the other benefit is that we're able to actually have a look at what the patch has done to the game in the meantime, right?
True.
The Bavaria picks, how it's been doing so far.
Oh, yeah.
I still am waiting for Alpha, but it's good to see that, you know, things that have been changed, there is quite, well, I wouldn't even say quite a bit of impact, but it definitely affects the gameplay.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen a lot of variations in priority pickups. Well, we do see similarities from the previous patch as well. Joy, Fredrin, Martin to a degree, but I like the Minotaur. But for now, we are going to be taking a short break here. I know you guys want to see more matches. We are going to tune in for you guys. But for now, this pretty much concludes our faces for today. And we hope you guys have enjoyed your journey here for the SPS. But we will be airing some of the matches for you guys to keep you guys updated on all the other teams that are going to be playing here. My name is ICBaby12. He's getting Q. We're going to be taking this short break. See you guys later. Or maybe tomorrow.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Your team is banning.
The falling stars brought
Your
us here.
team is banning.
Among the planes exists the
Your team
equilibrium,
is picking.
which I was made for.
I didn't cure the pain. I
Your
harnessed
team is picking.
See value in me?
Choose my own
is
path.
picking.
You should.
You are facing a cluster.
I've been waiting for
Your
too
team
long.
is picking. Your team is banning.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
Your team
The
is
strongest ninja has arrived.
Need some stitches? I can
banning. Your
help.
team is banning.
Now a Kai enters the scene.
Your team is banning.
Come on, Dexter. It's our
Your team is
showtime.
picking.
Another gold medal in
Your
my
team is
pocket.
picking.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
3,000 worlds, and not a single worthy.
Hoot hoot! Horology is my craft. Diggy is my name.
team turret has been destroyed. base turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed. destroyed. Blue team hero has been slain. Red team has slain the Lord. Blue team base turret has been destroyed. Blue team base turret has been destroyed. Hero has been slain. Double kill. Blue team hero has been slain. Hero has been slain. Hero has been slain.
Victory!
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right?
It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that.
Whew, what a day of matches here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Everybody is playing at their best. A lot of interesting and weird picks, but of course, everybody's going to be looking to get a piece of that pie. My name is Getting Cute. This is Terrence here to close out the show for you guys and show everybody the updated brackets in just a little bit. But what a day it has been. And since it's your first day, man, I don't know about you. Most people are a little taken aback by some of these Tier 2 teams.
To be honest, I was a little bit surprised by how they're extremely creative. I know there are a lot of teams that are still adapting and are trying to figure out where Novaria is kind of fit in as well, right? And based on the win rates thus far, I think we started days off with like Novaria having one of the lowest win rate. But based on Euphoria's discussion, he says like Novaria is just disgustingly good. So it feels like it isn't a place where people haven't adapted the play styles. We've seen how RSG kind of play it as well, where you call for a double snipe composition with Beatrix and Novaria. We've seen, I think, another composition where
the pick composition,
a Mincitar to try and set up for Novaria, right?
Yep.
Like if you get everyone locked down and they're all sitting ducks, you're just playing, target practice all the way through a kind of composition, which is also interesting, but also, of course, there are still ways to kind of deal with it. It could be Time Journey, it could maybe a stolen counter play Minstar, it might be the Minotaur Minon's reach as well. So I feel like it is in a place where the patch kind of varies depending on each region.
Yeah, I know we've been talking about Novaria a lot, but of course we have to talk about her. A brand new hero made legal just yesterday, but I'm very happy to see a lot more Minotaurs actually pop up here today. And wow, like the adaptive defense, so good.
Yeah, I really like the Minotaur play as well. It provides, it's not many tanky heroes can be called an enchanter, right? Like we know Lolita is one of the technically, quote-unquote enchanter healers, supports, or whatever, like Estes, yada, yada, Matilda, blah, blah, blah. Tanky ones, I would say Lolita was one of those. Minotaur, yes, it's tanky, but it didn't exactly fit the meta because of that rage meter back in the days. Now, without it, I feel like it fits every situation now.
It's good. I think it's really, really good. And a matter of fact, I do think, a lot of teams are kind of positioning, taking up some of their old textbooks about the previous history of MLBB, what the meta was like. Because again, Minotaur has been in the meta previously ages ago, really, really long. But as soon as Diggy came in, he just fell off.
Season 1.
Yeah, this is like Season 1 stuff.
This is like 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's, oh wow, that's a long time. Whew. You know what, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it just yet. I'll mull over it after the stream. But yes, having Diggy come into the meta more often, and thankfully Diggy has been unlocked in tournament rooms for teams to fully abuse.
Yeah, now speaking of this playstyles as well, now, if we were to go back in time here, what other heroes hasn't been meta yet? Besides Layla Mia, of course. What other heroes hasn't been meta?
I feel like you already know what my answer is going to be. It's going to be Alpha for sure, like 100% Alpha. Because Alpha has barely touched professional play, even in the earlier days, right? Only Alpha was sort of there, but then as soon as Thamos came out, it was like, what's the point playing Alpha, right? Thamos is literally the best fighter in the game, and people are playing Deathball comps. But now that Alpha is in a position where it's like, oh, you can do quite a lot of true damage. They've taken away certain conditions. In this case, all your abilities trigger.
I thought it was going to be Zilong, but all right.
No, absolutely not. I hate Zilong. I hate it with a burning passion. It is not a fun hero to play. People who have thousands of hours of Zilong really don't like having mechanics.
Isn't Zilong as like your first 5 introduction beginner guide into Mobile Legends?
Yeah, and I avoided it. I would rather play.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun as a beginner.
Nope.
You know, I've seen people play Zilong on the XP lane, climb all the way to Mythical Glory because it's so annoyingly hard to catch.
Honestly,
it's kind of like a Masha with on steroids.
Not even. What?
Okay, technically Masha is tanky, but Zilong has so much damage to actually chip away towers.
Yeah, no, Zilong is... Masha is just naturally jacked. Zilong is like on his way there, but he takes too much time. He's one of those gym junkies who goes in and is just like, yeah, pushes, does like one barbell, takes a picture for Instagram, and then leaves the gym. Masha is just like, run the gym.
For a second, I thought you were going to say like, hey, I go to the gym, I lift one barrel, I jump, I inject myself with steroids, I look really, really buff, but I can't lift weights.
Yeah, no, Masha is the real deal. She is beefy. She is beefy for a reason. But moving on from that particular conversation, right? At the end of the day, we've seen a lot of metas and we've seen a lot of playstyles so far. It's given us a bit of a hint of what's going to happen during MSC, where we're going to see a lot of polished versions of it. But which direction is going to go, I'm still not 100% sure, to be honest with you. Because even Natalia has popped up.
Personally, I feel Novaria is going to be the biggest one. Like, every single season, we bring in a brand new match. You know, a brand new hero comes in. It is going to be somewhat meta. Teams are going to try and adapt. But I feel like Novaria is in a very, very peculiar situation because of its vision control. But speaking of the match here, in case you missed out on today's entirety match, this is a recap on how all the teams has performed thus far for today's match. Starting things off, we had Evo's Icon going up with GPX taking a 2-1 victory, qualifying in towards the next phase. Rebellion Zion against Devo United. Devo United eliminating Rebellion Zion. ONIC PH eliminating RSG and Y. Outer Ego X eliminating See You Soon. And Geek Slate eliminating Red Esports for the second series. While on the bottom one here, we have Euphoria also eliminating Minana Esports. Aura Fire advances as the second team to qualify, while Archives Esports still has their second life. Meanwhile, TNC, they just eliminated Big from Beta.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it feels like it's super unlucky for some of these matchups, right? It does feel a little bit rough, but hey, at the end of the day, if you're going to be the best, you've got to be able to win your matches. Now, this is the current Swiss stage here, the updated brackets for your viewing pleasure. Tomorrow, we're going to see 2 more qualified teams into that next stage here. 2 slots available. 4 teams are going to be going into that neutral bracket, and another 4 are going to get eliminated.
Well, this is going to be interesting as well, because I do see we are going to be seeing 4 matchups right from the get-go. Evos is going to... Oh, sorry. We are going to go into the schedule. Yeah, this is going to be the official schedule for tomorrow. Starting things off, we have Evo's Icon going up against Euphoria Esports, as well as Outer Ego X going up against Archive Esports. And the second series going to be Devo United Esports versus ONIC PH, and also Geek Slate versus TNC Pro Team. Any standouts here?
The big standout is going to be Alter Ego and as well as Archive Esports, because technically their acronyms are going to be very, very similar. It's going to be AEX versus AE. It's going to get really confusing. But I am excited about Evo's Icon, who's been doing pretty well overall, facing up against Euphoria Esports after the game that we saw today. Man, Euphoria were looking clean, but Evo's Icon has a namesake to hold.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Evo's Icon definitely needs to hold on for their dear lives here. But what really catches me very, very surprising here is that I actually want to see how ONIC PH is going to fare off against Devo United.
Oh, that's another good one.
Because Indo versus Philippines, baby.
Yeah, everybody loves it. Geek Slate also versus TNC Pro Team. So it's going to be, the first match is going to be Tier 2 versus a Tier 1, and then Tier 1 versus Tier 1. I would like to see Valoisky try to go with the Saber support again against a team like TNC and see whether he gets away with it. Because he already beat a Malaysian team, and they're like, that to be expected, but against a team like TNC, can he pull it off?
Saber roll, man. Like,
right?
I don't know how he gets away with it so many freaking times just now. It's ridiculous.
When you have a jungle like Hades winning every single neutral objective when he honestly shouldn't be, man, it really slows down the game.
Yeah, I agree. I really want to see how Geek Slate pulls it off as well. Technically, you know, I was a little bit unhappy on how they actually played their drafts, especially when they have this damage Mincetor, and technically I'm not a big fan of damage Mincetor.
You're just not a fan of damage Mincetor. That's like pretty much the end of the story.
I'm just not a fan where you have a team composition where instead of going for like triple tank or double tanks, you have like a single tank. And Geek Slate plays that kind of composition, and I hate it every single time.
I mean, it's about like hitting fast, hitting hard, and then backing up, right? Again, this particular playstyle hasn't been seen in a long time, and I think, you know, the closest we've seen was during M4 with a lot of those explosive plays from Echo, of course. But just in case you guys are wondering, when exactly is all of this going to happen? Well, the final stage of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals, MLBB, is going to be happening between the 21st to 23rd of July at Istora Senayan, Jakarta, where previously M4 was held. So, again, book those dates.
Yep, you should actually check it out as well, and you can actually get your tickets at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets, and their starting price is only 20,000 rupiah, so you can actually get your tickets now and book your dates as well. And if you guys are not from Jakarta, that was a good time as well. You can book your flights, actually head over to Indonesia on those dates.
I haven't heard a lot of people. It's like, man, I need a break. I'm so burnt out in the middle of the year. What should I be doing? Well, how about if you're a fan of Mobile Legends, go check out the LAN events that are happening this month alone. Like MSC is gonna happen first. You can scan and secure your tickets with this QR code. Remember, it's free registration, so grab the tickets while it's still available. It's gonna be happening in Cambodia early on in June, and then afterwards we have the SPS happening in July. So man, everything is happening in these next 2 months.
Now, nevertheless, here, all things considered, here we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors for providing everything you've seen up on screen as well. The Snapdragon Elite Gaming winning winners with the core chip processors in all their mobile phones to keep you guys up and running, play some Mobile Legends bang bang. That's the guys you're going to be watching out for as well. And also to keep you guys energized throughout the entire thing here, we have Galaxy S23 Ultra from Samsung, where you share your epic moments and level up your gameplay, because it is our flagship phone, man. Like, have you seen that phone? It is just so sexy. I wish I have mine.
Look, every time I wake up in the morning and I'm like, man, I need a coffee, I look at my Samsung Galaxy and I'm just like, you know what? I don't need my coffee anymore. But sometimes you need even more than that. You need to be able to power your car. You need to power your house sometimes.Maybe check out Monster Energy Drink with plenty of electrolytes inside of it. You can unleash the beast from whatever device, but mainly for yourself. Go check them out at www.monsterenergydrink. And don't forget that we have DHL as one of our flagship sponsors here with their FEBot Dash Cup, a simple small game where you can win 5,000 euros, and all you got to do is to take part. It's absolutely free.
Exactly. First place walks away with 5,000 euros, man. Like, we have a world leaderboard across the game, so you know, you can play it anytime, but at the same time, if you're number one, you're walking with 5,000 euros.
Premium
it's a lot.
currency.
It's crazy.
Premium currency doesn't take a lot of your time unless you really want to like win that 5,000. You're going to be sitting there for a while, because I saw some of the high scores. I don't know if that's changed, but I think some guys got like what, 290,000.
It's crazy. It's crazy high.
Right? I don't know, man. I am not competing with that.
Hey, that's the thing, right? I wouldn't mind competing here if I get the first place here.
Hey, after this, let's try.
I'm down for it. But pretty much day 4 is pretty much on its way here. My name's ICBaby12. He's getting Q. We are going to be taking this off for day number 4. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow as well. So be sure to stay tuned, the same place, same price as well. And we will see you guys for tomorrow's matchup. Bye-bye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo. Frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermisst dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lalala, 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 lalala. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht.
And I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Bad up the beat, with the unlock. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Bad up the beat, with the unlock. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, I ain't come out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Every day.